Good morning, Budget Committee, and welcome back. And back to you, Chair Bullen, for the call to order and then a quick roll call.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Lovely Thursday morning. I am excited for our day. Let's go around and do roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Fye?
Present.
Budget Member Joe Everton?
Present.
Commissioner Schneider?
Here.
Budget Member Melissa Laird?
Present.
Vice Chair Treese?
Here.
Budget Chair Karen Bullen?
Present.
Commissioner Willie?
Here.
Budget Member Jeff Sarefa?
Present.
Budget Member Sig Ulander?
Present. Unander.
Ulander, sorry there. And Chair Harrington?
Here.
Right, Madam Chair, you have a quorum, and over to you.
Okay. Who's going to give us our meeting overview?
Well, Chair Bullen, just a couple announcements that I would like to make. I just want to once again thank the Budget Committee for their thoughtful questions you submitted in writing and the questions that you brought forward yesterday, and give a huge shout out to, I'll call them the wizards behind that you're not seeing. Staff all day yesterday as well as last night and this morning have been working on answers to those questions. And so at this point, based on the questions we've received to date, we're confident we will get you the answers by 5 p.m. today. So in response then to the question on budget amendments, I would still ask that budget amendments are submitted by noon on Friday, so staff have the time. If you have a struggle meeting that noon deadline, please contact me. Any questions?
So there was a form that we were to use. That's available online then?
Correct.
Okay.
Today, within your packet, once again, you have today's PowerPoint. The PowerPoint in front of you is the same PowerPoint that is available online. Your second slide includes the meeting overview and schedule for today, and we will be starting the day with Assistant County Administrator, Ms. Kyle.
Miss Marnie, back for more.
Okay.
Welcome.
Back for more, and I'm going to try to do a better job of talking into the microphone this morning. But thank you, Budget Committee, and look forward to our conversation today. I'm going to start out with the functional area of housing, health, and human services. And this first slide is really just an overview of the functional area budget. So this is not a departmental budget. This is includes 3 departments. It includes housing, health and human services, as well as the Office of Community Development. As you can see, there is only a slight increase in the general fund requirement of 3% in this functional area. The increase is mostly to address increases in personnel services, county administrative overhead, the CAP. The special fund resources declined mainly because of declines in revenue projections from the Metro Supportive Housing Services, as well as other significant changes in health and human services within the behavioral health division. That is mostly related to, as you heard a little bit in the capital budget yesterday, that we are completing the construction for the Center for Addiction Triage and Treatment. There is a decline in needed resources also. Oh, sorry, I just went over that because of the recovery center. And what I'm going to do is now go through each department, and it is in the order that it is in your budget book, alphabetical. So we're starting today with the Office of Community Development, which starts on page 273. The Office of Community Development's mission is to support directly and indirectly people in vulnerable or marginalized communities and those with low incomes through their services, facilities, affordable housing, neighborhood revitalization projects. In addition to its primary community development activities, the office conducts the fair housing testing in rental properties, an action that is called out in the federally required analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. In 2024, Washington County celebrated the 50-year anniversary of Community Development Block Grant. The Washington County Board of Commissioners, along with local city councils, issued proclamations in April recognizing the Community Development Block Grant Program and proclaiming April as Community Development Block Grant Month. The federal grant program helps build stronger and more resilient communities. Since the program's inception in Washington County, over $112 million has been invested in local communities. The program's funding supports housing projects, housing rehabilitation, emergency rental assistance, public infrastructure projects, public facility projects, small business assistance, and a wide array of public service programming. The Community Development Block Grant is needed now more than ever to continue helping the most vulnerable community members and to maintain the progress made in neighborhood improvements over the past years. And as I discussed yesterday, when there are significant possible impacts from the federal government actions, I'm just giving you some information. So as you can see on the slide, 64.5% of the office is federal HUD funding. And as of yesterday, so this is hot off the press, we received our allocation amounts from HUD. They are within 2% of last year's allocation, so very similar to the budget that's being presented. And the allocation amounts are over $2 million for the Community Development Block Grant. Home Investment Partnerships is basically $1.5 million. An Emergency Solution Grant is $152,298. We typically don't receive the agreements until the fall, so we are in conversations with our local HUD staff or regional HUD staff to understand potential changes to the agreements based on executive orders. So that's still probably the most outstanding question, is how will the executive orders be based or be embedded into the new contract. Although future funding years are unknown, reauthorization of both of these key programs, the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program, currently seem to have bipartisan support. Based on executive orders, the Office of Community Development has changed scoring criteria for projects. We are learning what the impact will be, and we are also learning what the impact will be on the fair housing efforts and our compliance. We do know that environmental justice component was removed from the environmental review process, which could result in a project being placed in an area that has a disparate impact on low-income communities or neighborhoods that are primarily people of color. However, local development guidelines and priorities as well as zoning help to mitigate against that. So I'm going to walk through this slide briefly just to give you an idea of the different areas of funding within community development. So you'll see U.S. Treasury emergency rental assistance has ended. Eviction prevention assistance is ending in 24-25 budget. The CDBG COVID-19 funding is ending also 24-25. These funds will result in fewer eviction prevention resources, including rental assistance. So these are all federal grants that are ending soon. We also have the Community Development Block Grant Fund 164. The office manages the Community Development Block Grant on behalf of the Urban County and its 10 city CDBG consortium members. The funds are used, as I've mentioned, used for the development of viable urban communities, decent housing, a suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities with low to moderate people with low to moderate incomes. All program activities meet one of three national objectives. They must benefit low to moderate income persons, prevent or eliminate slum or blight, or meet other urgent community development needs which pose a serious threat to the community's health or welfare. In addition to the CDBG program, the Office of Community Development administers the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which provides support like outreach, shelter operation, prevention, and rehousing assistance for homeless and at-risk households. Then on to Fund 220, Home Investment Partnership. This is 100% federal funding. And I just talked about the good news that we did receive our allotment for the current fiscal year, or for next fiscal year. And they are on a federal fiscal year, and so that goes through September. And we're waiting to see what the one beautiful big bill allots for the rest of the HUD and housing services. The Office of Community Development manages the Home Investment Partnership on behalf of the county and its 12 city home consortium members. The funds are used to develop affordable housing through rental housing, new construction, acquisition, and or rehabilitation or home ownership. And then Fund 244, Wood Stove Exchange Program. This program is proposed to end after the 25-26 fiscal year. So this will be the last year that we're coming before you with this budget. The Office of Community Development manages the Wood Stove Exchange Program, which provides grants and rebates to eligible households to replace older wood stoves that contribute to higher levels of air pollution. This program has operated in partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services relative to air quality within the region. The funds are used to support the reduction of wood smoke particle matter and associated harmful pollutants and gases that enter the atmosphere. The fund also provides general public awareness and outreach regarding health impacts of wood smoke, particulate, and education on cleaner burning methods. We have exchanged over 722 wood stoves for cleaner burning alternatives, preventing 58 tons of particulate matter and over 400 tons of other pollutants. Fund 245, the Housing Production Opportunity Fund, is continuing until the current resources are expended. Then this program will also end. The county created the Housing Production Opportunity Fund in FY 2016-17 with general fund resources. This fund was created to allow completion of multifamily affordable housing projects that experience gaps in funding due to unforeseen circumstances, such as construction cost increases, changes to tax credit financing, loss of other sources of funding. In 2019-2020, the board approved adding $20 million over 5 years to further these goals and expanded the policy guidelines to provide assistance to affordable multifamily housing assistance, a home ownership program, and innovative special needs housing programs. There is just over $3.3 million left in this fund. And then finally, the consolidated work plan is concluding. Therefore, you'll note in the proposed budget a reduction of 1.0 limited duration position that was hired to support the consolidated work plan. Okay. So you can see the accomplishments, some of which I've already talked about, but we have completed the consolidated plan. This is a huge lift for staff, and I'm really proud of Shannon, and Shannon is back here. She's the director of the Office of Community Development. Really proud of her and her staff. It's a big lift, a lot of community engagement, a lot of analysis of what's happening in our community, economic analysis, looking at community needs, and developing a 5-year plan that's required by HUD for the CDBG grant. So, and I already talked about the wood stove exchange completion. In 2026, the team is really focused on our home program and updating and consolidating policies and procedures in response to community need so that we can really effectively manage these programs. And also looking at considering a fee for environmental reviews, because as CDBG funds have remained stagnant, or in this case, we're expecting a possible 2% decrease, some of the requirements for environmental reviews have increased, and we have no way to recapture some of those costs. And so we're looking into, would it make sense to, because we're doing these not just for our projects, but for other projects within the county that are city-led. So just looking at the potential of, do we need to consider a fee for these reviews? What you'll note in the Office of Community Development, a 17% reduction in general fund resources result in the Office of Community Development being unable to provide any general fund support to Work Systems, Inc. That's a loss of $53,861, which impacts the work plan to support the career development for low-income vulnerable populations. In addition, the Fair Housing Council of Oregon requested $30,000 for pairs testing, and we will be moderately impacting that by a decreased amount, and only we're decreasing the amount by $11,374. The impact on the Fair Housing Council of Oregon is expected to be low to moderate, but it is a reduction in their program capacity. And I will pause there and see if there's any questions on community development before I move into housing.
I would like to ask, on page 282, you show from 2022 to 2025, you've increased your staff from 86 to 118.
So I believe that is in housing services.
Oh, housing services?
Yes.
Okay,
And
jumping ahead.
most
There's a
of
lot
that is
humans.
related to the supportive housing services and affordable housing bond.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll
No-
get there. Sorry.
No increase in community development. Nope.
All right, community development, very important.
No, I have a
Yep,
que- I
oh,
have-
Commissioner Treese.
Yes, thank you. I actually have 3 questions. The first one is, you talked about understanding what our allocation is from the federal government regarding CDBG and homes funding. The piece that I don't understand, I assume that we have trust in the allocation, but we don't know what the implementation parameters might be. Is that what I heard you say?
Correct. We have trust in the allocation, but we're concerned and will evaluate the contract and any changes around how we implement these programs.
Which is no different than any approach in federal funding that we'll
Correct.
most likely have into the future.
Correct.
Okay, that's the first question. The second question is about wood stove. We are completing that program. I just want to point out that that program was started in relationship to a licensing situation that we were in with DEQ monitoring, I believe, back in the day. And funding came from Intel as well as the county. Do we have funding from Intel through the end of this program?
Yes, we continue to receive funding from Intel as well as the City of Hillsborough as partners in this program, but there won't be any new funding. Right now, the Intel funding has been received, and we'll be spending that out on the woods, because they basically have paid for the wood stoves themselves, and the county funding has been used to pay for administration of the program, the staffing.
Great, thank you.
In general.
And the last question is in regard to the reduction from general funding for the career planning section of, and it's titled here Work Systems. I think that they are the provider, but I think it's important to recognize what's being provided and the fact that that's career development. And I believe that that informs our homeless and our housing goals as well. So I just wanted to put that out as a comment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments on community development?
Yeah, I just had a quick question.
Yes, Melissa.
I have to warm up my ears this morning. You said Fair Housing Council of Oregon does what kind of testing?
They do the fair housing testing, which is, right, means testing, which is going in and evaluating the approach to assure that there's equal opportunity and access to fair housing. And I can provide a more thorough answer and pairs testing.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's a requirement of the federal government.
Okay, next. Commissioner Fike?
Yeah, quick question, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Marnie, and thank you for your presentation so far. I have a quick question, and just this is for my own understanding. The Housing Production Opportunity Fund, especially the opportunity it offers people who are exploring the opportunity to build their generational wealth and get into a home ownership, and especially the home ownership assistance. I know for sure for me, just speaking on my own experience, when I first wanted to buy a house, home ownership assistance is the first place I looked, besides registering home ownership classes. So I value and I'm really grateful for Washington County this opportunity, and I was really excited to see your presentation and how you articulated. I just want to understand, I know that there's no new general fund request for that program, but in last year versus this year, there is a bit of a 16% reduction, and I just wanted to understand a bit more what that means in terms of the money that gets to the community members.
Thank you, Commissioner Fye. So a couple things. There are, and I can provide more specific information. So when we move to the Department of Housing Services, I think you're referring to the significant reduction in supportive housing services. And that's where that large reduction is coming, and that will also impact some of our ability to carry out home ownership programs. But the Housing Production Opportunity Fund is within the Office of Community Development. It is a completely general fund program. It's completely all of the funding comes from general fund. And for the last 3 years, we have not been asking for additional general fund. We do have some fund balance in that program. And so that was committed by the board. And so we will spend that out over the next couple of years. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get back to you also with that.
Okay.
Other comments on community development? Hearing none, let's move forward.
Okay. So we're moving on to the Department of Housing Services. Their information starts on page 264 in your budget. The Washington County Department of Housing Services and the Housing Authority increase housing stability and create pathways out of homelessness for the low-income residents of Washington County and their families through an integrated and coordinated system of housing and shelter strategies, including affordable housing, rental assistance, housing choice vouchers, diverse shelter options, and supportive services. And I do mention the Housing Authority of Washington County in this presentation. However, they have a separate budget and a separate board of directors that includes all of the commissioners and some community members. But we really do have an integrated approach, and so there are places in here where I will talk about the Housing Authority of Washington County, even though you're not considering their budget. The Department of Housing Services, as was mentioned earlier, has grown exponentially over the past 4 years between the Supportive Housing Services measure, the Metro Affordable Housing Bond, the disposition of 60 public housing units under Section 18, and more voucher awards from HUD. Although the department has made efforts to enhance staff efficiency, personnel costs for the fiscal year 25-26 have risen, primarily due to increases in salary, retirement, and health benefits. Department of Housing and Services has consolidated certain department-wide roles, and we have been able to eliminate 10 unfilled positions in the current fiscal year. In addition, 5 staff positions previously funded by the Department of Housing Services but staffed in the Office of Access and Opportunity were transferred to the department, and one of those unfilled positions was also eliminated. So the department has a total now of 118 FTE.
Okay.
The Washington County Housing Team is divided into 2 key framework areas, Homeless Services and the Housing Authority of Washington County. Our finance team, which supports the operations, fiscal analysis, and auditing, link those 2 areas. They play many roles within the communities with an integrated approach as housing developers, owners, service funders, and administrators of a variety of rental assistance programs. We can provide a continuum of shelter and housing options that meet most people where they're at. I also wanted to take a moment to say how thrilled we are to share that we have recently hired a new CFO within the Department of Housing Services, Ryan Bansbach, and I'm probably not saying his name correctly.
Ryan's good.
And I'm not, and they're not here, but
They're busy working. That's where they should be.
They are busy working, and I know they're still working to finish some audits, so
Yay.
he hit the ground running.
Good.
Okay. The Housing Authority of Washington County has been providing rental assistance and developing affordable housing opportunities for over 50 years. Today, the effort continues with the county's Department of Housing Services, which was formed in 1992 to administer the housing activities and rental assistance programs in Washington. Washington County, sorry. There has been exponential growth in rental assistance over the past 3 years, growing from 27 million focused on federal HUD programs to over 88 million in 14 separate programs within HUD, the Veterans Administration, the COC, state, regional, and metro programs. On the affordable housing side, we have seen similar explosive growth with the Housing Authority ownership and control in over 1,100 homes, which includes our public housing portfolio, and investing in over 2,100 homes with community partners, much of it through Metro's Affordable Housing Bond program. So just a few accomplishments. There's in the total 14 programs that are managing that rental assistance. There were 2,723 housing choice vouchers, 272 Veterans Affairs housing vouchers, 59 foster to youth independence, 208 mainstream vouchers, 89 emergency housing vouchers, 1,795 regional long-term rental assistance, we call that ARLA, 687 supportive housing services, rapid rehousing vouchers, 121 long-term rental assistance, and 60 Oregon rapid rehousing. So those are all services that are helping people stay in their homes or be able to afford, as we know, one of the most expensive rental markets in the state of Oregon. As you can see, the Department of Housing Services is funded mostly with special funds from Metro Supportive Housing and the Affordable Housing Bonds, as well as our other federal funds. And also, we are concerned about the potential loss of federal funding related to the presidential proposal and other information that we're hearing from HUD around reductions. In addition to the budgetary concerns, the executive orders could result in changes that could change who we're able to serve and how we're able to serve those. And I'm not planning to read through this slide for you, but just wanted to once again raise both on the funding side and on the executive order side that we're concerned about, especially the HUD funding. So now I'm going to just provide a brief overview of each of the major funds within housing. Starting with Fund 218, this is the Housing Administration. This includes payroll costs for the staff members of both the Department of Housing Services and the Housing Authority of Washington County. The Department of Housing Services cost allocation plan costs and the county cost allocation plan for all of the department are included in this fund, as well as funding and related costs for certain continuum of care and Oregon Housing and Community Services grants. The fund then transfers these costs to other Department of Housing Service programs and HAWC. The rental assistance, as I mentioned, has grown with achieving the moving to work status from the U.S. Department of Urban Development, Housing and Urban Development, managing 14 separate rental assistance programs from HUD. And I mentioned all of the other new rental assistance programs. The complexity, staffing, funding, and compliance requirements have expanded beyond the original scope under our program's manager's purview. So over the past 3 years, we have had to increase staffing in this area from 19 to 36 FTE. And the budget oversight, as I had mentioned, has grown from 27 to 88 million. So this is a big area of growth that I just wanted to highlight.
Are we going to have questions on that slide?
We can, or, yep.
Okay. So we talked about, for Fund 218, we increased 13% in the general fund. And here there was a comment that said it was due to increase in COC,
The continuum of care, yes.
So, can you please explain that?
So the increases were related, as I mentioned, to mostly to staff costs, personnel costs like health care, and then the increase in the county cost allocation plan. The other thing is that the continuum of care match sits in this fund, and there's a federal requirement that we match 10%. And so as our costs go up, our match will go up.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, on to Metro Affordable Housing Fund 219. Here I want to highlight that the Metro Affordable Housing Bond, for which the county's direct allocation was over 118 million. These bonds supported 12 projects for 958 affordable homes. This exceeded our goal of 815 affordable homes. Also, in the light blue is the most recent permanent supportive housing projects, which are in addition to the Metro Affordable Housing goals. Washington County's portfolio has exceeded all of our commitments and goals. The total number of units produced achieved 107% of the unit goal. For affordable housing, 103% of the goal to serve 30% of average median income, and 108% of the goal for family-size units with 97% of our funding committed. So I'm just highlighting that we are building homes and we are serving the population most in need, meeting our goals.
I have a question.
Yeah, I have a question on this one too.
Okay, so let's do Jeff, and then we'll come over to Melissa. So go ahead, Jeff.
Marty, I see all these investments in housing, and that's great. And I'm just curious, does the county end up having an ownership percentage in the building of these homes or investment in homes? And how do you manage monitoring that investment?
So that is a very complicated answer, so I would prefer to provide that in writing, so we'll capture that. But some of the investments, we do become the owner, but oftentimes we are providing funding for community-based organizations and other owners. And the financing and it's very complicated. There are oftentimes many partners involved, tax credits, so I can provide that answer in writing. But the team, I would say, is really doing phenomenal job of looking ahead at not only do we build this now, but how will we support this moving into the future?
So the follow-up question, or the question behind the question really is, have prior year investments in real estate that the county owns resulted in a gain for the county if there's been a sale of those assets, meaning it's generating a revenue source for the county?
No. There is some revenue, and we are in the process of, right now, we're in the process of, for some, rehabilitation, and for some, we are in the process of looking at selling some of these properties.
Mm-hmm.
So also, that's another one that I will be sure and give you a written response to, because again, it's a very complicated answer.
But have you included a forecast for the gain on that potential
Yes.
sale that you are anticipating in the next
Yes.
budget year? Okay.
Yes.
And just to clarify, that's under the Housing Authority, so you won't be seeing it in this budget.
Well, thank you. That's true. I forget to
Yet the
detangle those. Thank you.
The proceeds fold back into the program to help expand the regulated affordable housing pool. So it's
It's a cycle.
circular, yeah.
I see.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
we build, we give
detangling that. I forget to.
No, but it helps offset their need to put more money into the fund from the county. So because the funds are coming from the sale of prior year assets.
On the, from the HAWC, the Housing Authority side, not being reliant on county funds.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, that's very helpful.
I think an important part answering Jeff's question too, though, is that these are not being handed off to private entities. These are being owned by, 501c3 affordable housing providers, some cases publicly owned. Like this is not some transfer to the private sector that's resulting in some sort of gain that would not make sense, just so you're clear.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Are we talking about the individual family home being sold or the larger?
So I think that we're, right now, these questions are really, as CAO Angie and Chair Harrington pointed out, these are really on the Housing Authority side. And so the sale of the homes, and right now, we are looking at single-family homes. Those are on the Housing Authority side and do not impact this budget. Other than it doesn't require reliance. We don't have to support the Housing Authority side of Washington County.
If I could also amplify a little bit, all of our policy discussions and decisions related to that program, because it's a multi-year program working with the existing residents, offering them the opportunity to buy the property, so on and so forth. All of that has been done in our open public meetings for the Housing Authority and is public information that is totally available. It's being done very, very thoughtfully.
Okay, we had a comment over here.
Yeah, so on page 287, it talks about the, this fund and that the general fund transfer will be utilized to mitigate the impacts of the county cost allocation plan and to address insufficient administration fee provided by Metro. So my question is, why are we filling up Metro's insufficient administration fees and covering that with our general funds when, we don't have enough money and we're now covering for Metro? I don't get it.
So we have several programs within this functional area, whether it's the Metro Affordable Housing Bond or other federal funds that limit administrative overhead charges that you can contribute to from the grant funding. And so oftentimes we are using general fund to cover those administrative costs. So those are the costs that are for information technology services, HR, all of the things that ACA Oprah went over yesterday that the departments are required to pay, but if our grant funds won't allow it, then we do get a transfer of county general fund to support that. And I don't know if you...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So I'm going to tie this to an upcoming presentation that Marnie will be making. This is very common in health and human services because of the reliance on federal and state funds. I'll tie this to Metro. Many times the grant or those funds cap what is the percentage or sometimes amount of overhead that's allowable. The county still has the same cost. And so the general fund picks up whatever that gap is. So I want to also underscore, as we look at grants, we look at what is the return on even going after grants in general, because if we can't fully cover the cost, including our cost allocation, it may not be in the county's best interest to pursue that grant. But you'll see the same situation, Melissa, when Marnie talks about health and human services. Too.
So we knew when we accepted this grant that there would be fees that we'd have to cover and there'd be general fund dollars that have to be committed long-term.
Yes.
It sounds bizarre. I think
It's the way they do business.
And it's in
Yeah,
that...
I'm going to do it, but I'm not going to put enough money in there for the administration fees. You have to pony it up. It just...
And that is not uncommon with
Okay.
with
Doesn't mean
state
it's
and federal
a great
grants.
policy. But
Right.
I think there's important context here, though, that and maybe a little bit of nuance. One option is to just not either take the funds or get the grant, which then has, and to walk that one step further, unless we directly added IT resources and other things. I understand our cost allocation plan, but unless we are actually adding a bunch of resources, not taking this grant would mean not taking the grant money or whatever the fund is, and you then are cost allocating your costs over a smaller amount of money through the county. So I understand that does not hold water for the whole county, but on an individual project basis, I think it at least needs to be considered in the context, because I would assume if we were to say we just didn't do this, we're not cutting IT staff, we're not cutting, the incremental cost of this one thing is not going to result in a big change to the cost allocation plan, right?
Right.
I guess it could cost all the other departments more if this wasn't being costed over it, but I think that's important context. I know that doesn't hold water in aggregate, but in individual spaces, it's important context. Does that make sense?
yeah, sort of. But so what is the allocation coverage that we're doing? What is the general fund cost for this?
I would have to look at that and get back to you. But I think to Commissioner Snyder's point, the alternative would have been to say we cannot accept the $118 million. And I don't remember off the top of my head exactly what the cap cost is in this particular fund, but I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, just so I kind of understand the percentages. I mean, when everybody puts money up in front of you, this is a great grant, here's some money, that's great, but we get to the point where we're at, where we can't afford the allocation course, we can't afford the dollars that are needed for Washington County to participate in that and everything else we want to do, maybe you need to say no to some things.
Right. And we absolutely do consider that, and there are grants that we do say no, because it would increase the burden to, like, maybe ITS or to HR, because we're hiring 5 new staff and it doesn't cover our costs. And so there are times that we do say no. Of course, the Budget Committee doesn't see those because they don't come before you, but it is definitely a consideration, and we have a whole process for reviewing grants when departments are considering that, and that is one of the considerations is, does it cover the costs, including our cost allocation plan? Could we do better at that? Certainly, but we do consider that.
I mean, this is $118 million, but it leveraged the building of almost probably $500 million of construction of affordable housing in our, so like while it's 118, you really need to think of it as more like about a $400 or $500 million enabling of housing.
It's an investment to get more, and it has rules. Welcome to government funding. Okay, we're
Voter
good with that?
approved.
I'm sorry?
Voter approved.
Voter approved, that's true. All right, so we're ready to move forward? Okay.
Ready to move forward. Okay, we're moving on to Fund 221, the Metro Supportive Housing Services Program. These regional funds constitute the vast majority of the homeless services program in Washington County and are strategically coordinated with other homeless program funding from the State Office of Housing and Community Services and the federal Continuum of Care funds that are captured here in this fund. In 25-26, the proposed budget is demonstrating a continuation of success that Washington County has had implementing the supportive housing services measure approved by voters in May of 2020. Since that time, the SHS program, the Supportive Housing Services Program, has helped house almost 3,000 people, or 1,817 households, from a place of housing insecurity or literal homelessness in the first 3 years of our implementation. While the state and national trends show the rate of homelessness has ticked up, unsheltered homelessness in Washington County has declined by 35% from 2021 to 2023. This budget balances homeless services priorities as the program transitions from rapid growth to stability while facing some declines in anticipated revenue. The proposed budget is adjusting from $115.1 million base program budget in FY 24-25 to $100.4 million in 25-26. The proposed budget includes $22,870,000 in one-time investments for planned capital and capacity building, and $8.3 million to cover the costs of transitioning the program to the reduced budget base. These one-time funds will be used to be appropriated from the carry-forward balance, which includes committed and assigned funds from planned investments, reserves, and unassigned funds to support the incremental transition of the program to address the county general fund gap. This budget also reflects a 17% reduction, which is $57,725 in materials, supplies, and services.
Okay. What's the matter? All right, Commissioner Willie.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong account.
Jerry, can you pull your mic closer?
It's on page 267.
267? That's so old.
Well, that's Metro, it's fund, it's kind of where we started.
Housing, that's,
Metro Supportive Housing, that's the one. Yeah, about 5, 6 up from the bottom there. Fund 221. We've got $168 million budgeted there, and I know what you just said. We've got 105. We've had to cut back. But I can't, where'd the 168 come from? Because that's not an SHS budget, I didn't think.
168 million.
Yeah, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, right here. But I'm looking here.
Because 289, does that give me a detail?
It uses the beginning fund balance.
There's the 168, okay.
Yeah. Remember, carry
The requirement
forward.
includes the.
Yeah, I thought we'd
Carry
spent the carryover
We
money.
have the plan to spend it with the,
That's the plan that I was talking about, the one-time funding that we're planning to use.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I should have, thank you, Jeff, for pointing that out. I should have went to that page. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for answering.
Okay, so we have another question, so let's go to Melissa.
Just to follow up, so that fund is not listed in the general fund transfers, and that's because it's this carryover dollars. There was not any in this general fund transfers to this fund. Because it's not in our list of general fund transfers. It doesn't show
because
any
no
fund
general
transfer to
fund
this
dollars
fund.
are transferred into this account. This is the fund entirely for just the Metro SHS revenues.
So,
The revenues coming in and the expenditure of those revenues. It's totally sequestered.
so Chair, there is some in the fund, there are some general fund transfers because the fund includes the coordinated care, the COC, and that's where the match requirement comes in. And so there is some general fund transfer. It was reduced by 57,000 to,
Came from Fund 218.
yes. Correct, it all goes into Fund 218, and then it's transferred. I know it's,
Okay, got it, thank you.
yes, okay, thank you.
So I just want, as a person that participated in the Opal development, it has really transformed lives. And so let's just keep in mind the humanity that we're helping here, because this is a lot of people that are served by this program.
Thank you, yes. Okay, in supportive housing services, initial program years, the county and community-based partners built and scaled programs to respond to the urgency of housing insecurity and homelessness in the community. The SHS program built out a system of care with coordinated programs and referrals to services delivered by a network of community-based providers. Some highlights: funding ongoing operations. We will be funding ongoing operations for shelter system of more than 400 year-round shelter beds, including motel shelters for families and medically vulnerable households, alternative shelters and pod villages, and no turn-away pop-up shelter capacity during emergency weather events. We'll be funding ongoing operations of the integrated outreach system, including a by-name list case conferencing for unsheltered individuals and families, and housing navigation and placement services with short-term rent assistance to rehouse approximately 500 households experiencing homelessness annually. Continued funding for ongoing operations of long-term rental assistance with case management services to ensure housing stability for approximately 1,500 people who previously experienced chronic houselessness. Funding for homeless prevention intervention to help hundreds of households keep their housing every year. Technical assistance for the community-based providers to improve data quality and financial integrity of the program, and investing in strategic and critical infrastructure for the homeless system, including shelters, access centers, and transitional housing. So back to the humanity and importance of the program. The FY 25-26 proposed budget for the supportive housing services will sustain the programs that have been achieved and assure services for an estimated 2,000 households and unsheltered, and shelter hundreds more.
I have a question, Marnie. On page 290, it talks about how with Metro, there's a decrease with the SHS funding because of reforecasting by Metro for anticipated lower tax revenues. And it's $15 million in this fiscal year coming up. So, and obviously, it's on the screen now, all the decreases coming in future years as well. I guess the question on the table is like, how are you managing to offset that type of change, and what's the impact going to be in these future years? I guess I'll just stop there.
Yeah. Yes, this budget does help us to right size and really to focus on maintaining what we've built. So we're no longer in this build mode, emergency build and get services, as well as we had talked earlier about using some fund balance to complete projects that are in action now, like the Access Center and some shelters. There also are reductions to services. So one of the reductions to services is reductions for rental assistance, for example. So this budget does include reductions for services and also with a focus on maintaining where we are now.
Then as a follow-up, it's obviously very hard to have a knee-jerk reaction when the funding changes so rapidly. So how often is SHS changing their forecasting that you can anticipate that?
Mm-hmm. I think that moves us pretty well into this next slide. So
wait, is there anybody else that has questions where we are? Okay, keep going.
And I think that is the $1 million question, because this is a very volatile funding source. So as described, the revenue source for the Department of Homeless Services comes from the Regional Supportive Housing Services tax. This resource is based on two taxes, a business tax and an income tax, both of which are highly susceptible to broader economic conditions. And we know there's a lot of uncertainty right now. In December, the 5-year forecast was adjusted downwards by more than $50 million from Metro, and that's where you're seeing the Washington County reduction. And that was due to the Metro economists doing a better job with data about the tax, looking at the tax. This had a significant impact on the regional program, as you know. Staff have been working for the past 5 or 6 months, or some would say year, to figure out exactly where this was going and to balance our homeless services program. It's worth noting that the Metro economists are less confident in the forecast as economic conditions are shifting, and they've indicated that there is likely going to be another downward projection in this 5-year forecast in the upcoming year. But I don't think anybody has a complete handle on exactly what that will be.
If I could also add, in addition to the annual forecast, which is the 5-year, every single quarter there is a revenue collection report, and as well as a distribution report. And that's available through the Metro SHS Oversight Committee.
So it's monitored. Yes. Got it. Moving on?
Moving on.
Okay.
Okay. Over the next year, Housing Services will continue to focus on our strategic priorities: advancing equity, expanding housing opportunity, supporting housing stability, prevent and address homelessness, preserve affordability, and promote systems change, pursuing policy improvement, system alignment, and strategic investments to strengthen equitable access to housing opportunities and supportive services. Some trends and initiative. In addition to the number of individuals and families that are served by the Department of Housing Services, I want to highlight a couple of things. We've been highlighted in the Oregonian, and it is true that we have basically eliminated homeless encampments. We have hosted our housing forum with Representative Bonamici, State Representatives Lieber, and many others. We have a champions here with our own commissioners as well, and could not do this work without their support and just hours and hours and hours of work with us, so appreciate that. We were able to celebrate 3 Metro Bond housing openings alongside Cedar Rising and Plaza Los Amigos. We achieved major milestones in our affordable housing preservation. Bundles 1 and 2, over 600 units have been updated and preserved. The executive orders for shelter and rapid rehousing have been met. HUD approved the Section 8 disposition of 60 public housing units that we talked about earlier. Rolled out affordable home ownership programs as part of our Section 8 disposition. We received grants of 50 more Veterans Associated housing vouchers for the community. Committed the remaining Metro funds into the 209th and Alexander housing. Accepted more permanent supportive housing support from the Office of, or the State Office of Housing and Community Services. Executed amendments with for more supportive housing services and a project in Forest Grove, and we're able to assist in the preservation of over half of the regulated units in Washington County over the next 5 years, so also preserving what we've built. Our goals for 25-26 is Washington County is allocating $22 million for the development purposes of more affordable housing. And as I've mentioned, I won't go over it again, but really sustaining programs that we've achieved success in for our supportive housing services. And that is all of housing services. So I'll stop there a minute before we move on to Health and Human Services, another big complex program.
I have a question.
Okay.
Before you move on to whatever it is that we're going to do next.
All right.
Thank you for bringing up in this Transient Initiative slide the preservation concept, because I didn't hear it discussed previously, and I don't know where I find it in the budget. So I'm just registering that question for perhaps Mr. Steyer so that I can just understand where I find it.
And again, Commissioner Treese, I am weaving some of the Housing Authority of Washington County, because they are really working integrated with Metro Affordable Housing Bond as well as with the supportive housing services. So the preservation funds are really in the HAWK budget, but just highlighting that because we're working together across the housing department.
Thank you. I just want some
confusing things by.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is, as we have discussed as a board and as we're aware in this situation that we're in, the preservation of our existing affordable housing is critical to how we move forward. Based on that, I would just like to see where our funds, whether it be HAWK or the county, I just want to understand so that when we're talking with legislators and into the future, I have a clear understanding. So it's for later. It doesn't have to happen here. But thank you for bringing it up.
Other comments? I'm wondering, before we go into Health and Human Services, if we want to take a break. Can we do that? What do we think? We ready?
We're scheduled for a break.
Oh. I was afraid to turn it.
Yeah. Let's do a 10-minute break, and then let's come back and handle Health and Human Services. All right? 10 minutes, so come back at 10. Let's do 10:15. Come back. I need a break. That was a lot of numbers. Yeah.
All right, Budget Committee members, we're going to come back together.
Herding cats, herding cats. Time is money. We want to be good stewards.
I know.
Okay.
Join me.
That was a good break. We needed it.
Are you saying I'm droning on?
No, just a lot of numbers.
Yes.
A lot of rules around restricted funds and designated
Yes.
funds and this and that. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yes,
So we appreciate you. Thank you for all you're doing.
it is a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so now we're at HHS.
We are at Health and Human Services.
Okay.
Okay. Health and Human Services, as you know, is a large, complex department with over 464 FTE and 8 divisions. The department has over 400 reporting categories, 78 mandated services, and there are specified roles in County Code, Oregon Revised Statute, administrative rules, as well as intergovernmental agreements. There's 8 divisions: administrative services, animal services, behavioral health, developmental disabilities, the Office of the Director, Disability, Aging, and Veterans Services, we call it DAVES, and public health, as well as solid waste and recycling. The mission and vision and values guide the work that they do each and every day. The mission is together we promote health and well-being by influencing policies, systems, and environments, providing education, programs, and services, and responding to the needs of vulnerable populations. Their vision is that was awful. I was like rolling 3 words together. A healthy, equitable, and supportive community. They value equity, accountability, transparency, respect, cultural competence, and collaboration. The total budget is over $173 million, of which general fund represents about 10% or $17.6 million. As you can see here, the largest portion of the HHS is funded through restricted grant revenue. Sources of the grant revenue vary from state, federal, and other local funding. Other sources of revenue include Medicaid, licenses, license fees, services, transfers, and interest. As I've shared, this is our federal grant, areas to watch. What are the unknowns? Lots and lots of unknowns in this area. As I've shared, although the revenue that supports HHS budget comes from grants, with all the changes that are happening at the federal level, there are many unknowns that could impact HHS. As a reminder, while many of the changes are being discussed, the county budget process remains the same. Therefore, these potential changes are not incorporated into the budget before you today. It's also important to note that much of the federal funding HHS receives is passed through from state agencies such as the Oregon Health Authority before they are awarded to the county. Therefore, the changes happening at the federal level will take some time to filter down to us. In addition, changes are also occurring at the state level, which can impact us as well. An example of a state budget change we are watching closely includes funding for our behavioral health services and the Deflection program. So while there are many reports of sweeping, instantaneous changes, it will take longer for us to see those changes at the local level. We must follow the budget process that's designed, and we will make sure that we're doing our best to protect the public's interests. Although the many potential changes being discussed at the federal level have not actualized yet at the county, here are some impacts that we are starting to see. We are starting to see some grant agreements reference the new federal language. These agreements have attestation forms that are asking if the county is in compliance with the executive orders. We are also aware of 2 significant changes since we prepared the budget. 2 programs have been notified of decreases in funding. These are state funding. Measure 110 funding for addiction treatment and harm reduction, and the Oregon Project Independence which helps seniors and those with physical disabilities live independently in their own homes. While both these funding decreases will be deeply felt by those that we serve and by our teams, we're working through those impacts and will be continuing to stay in conversation with our partners at the state level, and our government relations team is continuing to develop a strategic approach with the state to assure that our funding is maintained. Once again, there are still many unknowns at this time, and we're closely monitoring the situation to assure that we're good stewards of these public funds. So now I'm going to briefly highlight each of the divisions within Health and Human Services, beginning with Health and Human Services Administration. The HHS administration provides the management and administrative services to the divisions and programs within Health and Human Services. Administrative services establish, documents, and maintains effective internal control over federal, state, local grant awards, providing reasonable assurance of compliance with statutes, regulations, and terms of the award as required in 2 CFR Part 200, which is really the federal grant guidelines that we have to follow. Staff within the director's office provide project support across the department as part of the countywide initiatives like the employee engagement cross-functional project and a countywide data equity group that's led by HHS. The liaison to the Office of Access and Opportunity is within the director's office as well. This liaison's role is to support the department's work on civil rights, language access, culturally specific services, and to fully engage in countywide efforts. Staff in the, sorry, I skipped ahead a little bit soon. Staff in HHS admin office and the director's office also support countywide projects with a one Washington County lens. Some examples of participation include participating in the ERP group that you heard about yesterday, data equity, department work plans, especially the staff engagement survey, and helping look at countywide management of grants and contracts. So moving on to animal services. Animal services includes the operation of the small animal shelter and enforcement of county code, especially regarding dog licensing, loose nuisance dogs, aggressive or biting dogs, cruelty, neglect, barking, and other livability issues. Key programs are the dog license cell, education and outreach services, adoption of stray and abandoned dogs and cats, and impoundment of dogs in violation of the code. Other services include the operation of an active volunteer program, a spay and neuter education program, and the operation of in-house spay and neuter clinic. Animal services, community outreach, and animal services code enforcement are aligned with County Code 6.04.010 and ORS Chapter 609, which outlines support for community partners and agencies to ensure animal services needs are met in the region. They work hard to ensure the community's animal services are met, and here's a few numbers to help demonstrate that. Services are provided to the entire 600,000 plus population of Washington County. These services are both for incorporated and unincorporated areas within Washington County. There were 7,914 separate field responses and follow-up contacts in response to citizen complaints and other dog-related calls, like off-leash park patrols, dog bite investigation, animal abuse and neglect investigation, animal transport, police can call for assists, and other miscellaneous related issues in the community. We provided intake, boarding, and care for 2,115 stray, sick, injured, neglected animals, including those that were dead on arrival because of things like being hit by a car. and protective custody of animals with an estimated boarding day total of 7,260 days. We provided community education related to animal issues via an active website and through the regular sharing of information on social media platforms and publication of fall and spring issues of Animal Tales newsletter. They received over 40,000 calls from the public related to requests for field response, general animal welfare questions, and just miscellaneous issues. And they have both English and Spanish bilingual staff and documents so that we can assist clients in other languages as needed for less common and other services for less needed common languages. In an effort to offset the $349,000, in an effort to offset the general fund concern, Animal Services took a 17% reduction, which is $349,000. And what is being proposed is to increase dog licensing to offset part of that reduction, which increases fees by about 6%, resulting in $3 to $4 increase per dog license. Also, we will be transferring up to $24,340 from gifts and donations into operations as needed. That's Animal Services. We'll move on to Behavioral Health.
So on this, on page 279, Animal Services, it has the general fund subsidy, and it shows a change of $61,921, which is a 2% reduction. And I know in the in our matrix it had year 349, but I don't. Can you reconcile that?
And that is offset by the increase in dog license fees. I think that that's the difference.
Melissa, can you repeat the page?
297. Animal
Okay.
Services.
Oh, okay.
I heard 279.
Oh, that could be. All right, got the ears going, the mouth.
Okay, on page 297, what's your question?
General fund subsidies shows a change in the general fund of $61,921, which is a minus 2% change. You just said that the reduction was $349,960, 17% reduction. And that's what's shown in the matrix on page 25. But I'm having trouble reconciling these, and I'm sure I'm just missing something.
We may need to get back to you on that question so that I can look at the pages.
And this list of services, Marnie, was for 1 year, all of 2024?
Yes.
1 year?
Yes.
Yep, okay. All right, animal gifts, are we ready?
I was just thinking too, it could have to do with the base budget, so the amounts are calculated on the base budget, so we have this year's budget with inflation factors. And so the cut decrement you see in one area may be different than what you see here. And also there's different fees and licensing fees that were increased, so that may also offset that. But we can certainly dive into a deeper.
Yes, I'm
Look
just
at that.
curious as how much general fund is, dollars are in the animal services budget for this year.
Okay.
Okay.
So if it's not this $2,840,000, if it's something else,
Right.
I guess that's what I'd really like to know.
Okay.
Okay,
Get back with you. Okay, moving on to Behavioral Health Division. The Behavioral Health Division operates the Community Mental Health Program, which funds community-based services, including crisis response, jail diversion, aid and assist, civil commitment, system management, and indigent treatment for both mental health and addiction. As the CMHP, there are a number of mandated requirements under Oregon Revised Statute, Oregon Administrative Rules, and intergovernmental agreements with the state of Oregon. The Behavioral Health Division has a total of 79 FTE that are housed in the following 5 funds. Fund 192, Community and Behavioral Health Services. Fund 194, beer and wine tax. Fund 199, mental health crisis services. Fund 203, coordinated care organization. And Fund 207, prevention, treatment, and recovery services. Behavioral health has 2 key programs in addition to other work, CAT and Deflection. The Center for Addiction Triage and Treatment will have 2 locations, the Hillsborough and Beaverton Recovery Center for Addiction Triage and Treatment, or CAT, will be opening both will be opening in the summer and the fall of 2025. These centers will provide comprehensive program offerings, including assessment, sobering, withdrawal support, residential treatment, stabilization services, peer mentoring, and outpatient services. CAT will also provide co-located social services, crisis support, medical, dental, and pharmacy services so that people with substance use disorder can get many of their needs met at these centers. The model is centered on the value of rapid access, racial equity, family inclusion, mental health support, and person-centered services. CAT will bring systems together to provide a central access point for various social services, including supportive housing services and employment services. The Hawthorne Walk-In Center is moving to the Hillsborough Recovery Center also in June of 25. All Washington County coordinated care organizations contribute funds. In addition to strategic savings over time, the funds received through legislative effort. No general funds are used for CAT. I'll talk about the deflection slides in a few slides, and Aaron Calvert will join me, as this is truly a one Washington County partnership between HHS and public safety, but just want to take a moment to see if there's any questions about behavioral health or CAT, and celebrate that we are actually opening these 2 centers this year, and I think this budget committee has been hearing about this for at least 5 years, so this is just a huge opportunity of celebration.
All right, Commissioner Treese.
Thank you, Marty. And you referred to You referred to Fund 203, the Coordinated Care Organization funding. Is that formula? That's the formula that we are challenging currently in relationship to our funding. Is that correct?
No.
Behavioral health.
So we are challenging the funding formula, the state financial assistance grant for behavioral health, and that is, I believe, in Fund 192.
Thank you. Okay, and that is outlined on page 304. Okay, so
the coordinated care organizations is the how the Medicaid system is organized in Oregon.
Thank you.
And they provide funding for direct services as well as special projects such as the CAT.
Okay, and so it's OHA that is we get our funding for community behavioral health services through OHA.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So this is the funding that we're reduced, and we're trying to get that back.
So you may be referring to the potential reduction for the, for both.
5.9.
Yes, for the Behavioral Health Resource Network funding. And much of that was resolved, but we are still proposing improvements on the methodology around how that funding is allocated.
And my question really is, the budget numbers here reflect the situation that we're in relationship to that discussion. Is that correct?
So the funds that are in this proposed budget are based on what we anticipate receiving, and don't necessarily take into account what may happen through this legislative process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Others? All right, hearing none, let's move forward.
Moving forward. So the Behavioral Health Program oversees the Washington County Deflection Program, managing the grant administration, budgeting, program evaluation, contracted service providers, and ensuring effective communication with stakeholders. Fund 157 was set up to be the new county fund established to support the Deflection Program, which is a collaborative effort involving 3 county departments: Health and Human Services, the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and the District Attorney's Office. This program is funded through the state of Oregon and the Criminal Justice Commission's Behavioral Health Deflection Grant Program. The program coordinator and 2 additional staff members are based within Health and Human Services, while the District Attorney's Office has a deputy DA and a senior legal assistant dedicated to the program. Additionally, the Washington County Sheriff's Office provides support with a lieutenant. The goal of this cross-departmental program is to offer individuals who are found in the possession of small amounts of substances an alternative to the criminal justice system by way of treatment. No amount of county general fund is allocated within this program. The deflection operation team is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the program. We call them the DOT. The DOT works with behavioral health resource network providers, those are community providers, and other agencies to ensure that participants receive peer support, addiction evaluation, and treatment and other appropriate services. It is important to remember that deflection is only one program intended to assist people with accessing addiction treatment and resources that they need. There are other pathways that ACA Aaron Calvert will go through in a couple of minutes. This collaborative program between law enforcement agencies and behavioral health entities that assist individuals who may have substance use disorders, other behavioral health disorders, or co-occurring disorders to create community-based pathways to treatment, recovery, support services, housing, case management, and other services. The Washington County Deflection Program provides an opportunity for persons cited or arrested for select misdemeanor charges to avoid prosecution through successful engagement in treatment. There are no reduction within this package. The current eligibility that you can see on the slide are being reviewed, and we are exploring new ideas like a social referral pathway. That would be a referral from a community provider, health, or social care worker. The person would not necessarily have to have a pending criminal charge. We are also exploring expanding charges, such as including disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, or theft charges. These expanded pathways would also allow us to revise what we consider to be a success. And as a reminder, the deflection program is not the only pathway toward treatment out of the criminal justice system. Aaron will now share a bit more about other paths created by the Oregon Drug Intervention Plan.
Thank you, Marnie. Good morning, Budget Committee members. Again, for the record, Aaron Calvert, one of the other ACAs. I don't know, are you going to the next slide?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Thank you. So the flow chart on this slide is from the Oregon Drug Intervention Plan that came out of House Bill 4002. And there's a lot going on here, so I'm going to try and break it down a little bit. But as you can see in the lower left-hand corner, the premise of the plan is prevention. So it's investing in treatment, housing, and prevention services to solve the root causes of addiction, and reduce the need for emergency law enforcement intervention. This is a general model of a flow chart, and each county can develop some of their own specific criteria, as Marnie just indicated on the prior slide. So with this foundation in place, the plan charts 4 pathways to services. And while all the pathways help divert people out of the criminal justice system and work to prevent further penetration into the system, we've come to know the first pathway is deflection, and that is represented in the white box in the middle left of your slide. A person may be provided a citation by law enforcement for possession of a controlled substance, and at this time they would then follow into the blue box, where law enforcement would make a direct referral for a connection with a treatment provider or perhaps a peer mentor who can assist in the person getting connected to treatment and even other services. In Washington County, peer navigators or deflection program staff contact that person. If the person is provided with a court date, but no charges are filed, and the court date would then be canceled if the person chooses to engage into the deflection program. And then the court date would be canceled. So if they are eligible for deflection, as Marnie just described, then they'd be given an opportunity to participate in treatment and successfully complete the program, which puts them into that top blue box in the middle. If they're successful, they would have no criminal record. There would, of course, be no charges filed. And since there isn't a court hearing or charges, they wouldn't have a need for a public defender. Because there are often concerns that are raised about the eligibility criteria for deflection, it's important to note the other three pathways that are better described as diversion programs. For a person that is deflection eligible and either opts out, or a person who's already involved in the criminal justice system and therefore not eligible for deflection, they would have an arraignment hearing and then must be offered a conditional discharge program. So right now I'm down in the red boxes and sort of moving through that pathway. This could result in 12 months of probation, but still arranges connection to treatment and likely other services as they need. We find that folks that are sometimes dealing with substance abuse disorder have other needs too. And so that same kind of wraparound services to the extent possible and resources possible is still in place. There is no jail time permitted in this pathway. If they're successful, then charges are dismissed and the records would be sealed within 90 days of that successful completion and dismissal. So again, the hope is to get access into treatment, get them into treatment to look successful, and make sure that that doesn't stay on their record so that they can hopefully continue into being diverted away from further court penetration and have access to services. Moving to the next box, if the conditional discharge is unsuccessful, then the person moves forward into a plea or a trial and eventually into sentencing. But even on this path, when they may be placed on probation for up to 18 months, they're still connected to treatment and other services, but will face no jail time or any fees or fines. And then within 90 days of successful completion, the case file is automatically expunged, meaning, again, there's no permanent record. If probation is violated, the person could be sanctioned up to 30 days in treatment, community service, or jail. And if they successfully complete, then that record is automatically expunged within 90 days as well. And then finally, to the very right, red middle part of your screen, if there are more further probation violations, the person's probation could actually be revoked at that time, and only then could they spend up to 180 days in jail, but could be given early release to go to inpatient or outpatient treatment. And at this point, they would have an automatic expunction within 3 years. The latter pathways that I've just described might occur more for the folks that are under supervision of community corrections, for example. And so they would already have case plans, they would have parole and probation officers. And so again, this is sort of probably working through the case plan that they already have in terms of a substance use disorder and trying to get them engaged in treatment. And the takeaway here is really at each step, regardless of where they are, we're really trying to get access to treatment and make sure they have peer and mentor support to be successful in doing that. Next slide.
Oh, yes, Sig. Yes.
In order to advance through the red steps, is successful treatment required and completion of successful treatment? And if so, how is that defined?
It is. We are working through, as Marnie said, what our definitions of success are, and sometimes just doing that handoff. This is really more toward the deflection program, but doing that warm handoff to a peer mentor, getting them engaged into a treatment evaluation. Again, the evaluation will tell us if they need additional treatment, and so getting them engaged in those steps. It doesn't mean completion necessarily all the way through. Sometimes that can take months, years, an entire life. We know that relapse is often a part of treatment and working through all of the other needs that a person might present with. And so we are reevaluating what success means, but getting them into treatment through a period of time is generally what we're considering success.
If I could also add, the definition of success is not just determined by us.
Right.
Because all of this is set up through the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. Just this past Monday, we commissioners had the opportunity of a state-level presentation on the current status, as well as CJC's first review of this program. That's all publicly available, and we can get that information over to Mr. Steyer to provide for all of you.
So this isn't just Washington County?
No. This is
Everybody.
a state program.
Okay.
Counties, per Oregon legislative last session, counties had,
Oh, no, go ahead.
okay,
You're doing
counties
great.
had the
You're doing great.
opportunity to opt into it. A vast majority of counties are doing it. Some counties combined effort, so that's also in the presentation. And the scale and how it is implemented per county is determined by that county based upon its experience, hence why Ms. Calvert described how it's a multi-department effort through the previous slides. So the state legislation defines who's eligible. So in the first 6 months of this program,
Air show coming.
oh,
Air practices.
it's May.
Yesterday the train, today the plane.
Tomorrow automobile.
Tomorrow we're not here. Keep going.
I totally lost my train of thought about how the state legislation created this program, and I think I
Yeah,
have
no,
to-
you're doing great. I mean,
this is new.
that is the reminder. This is
yeah,
new, just
last-
launched September 1st of 2024.
described on 307
Okay.
under trends and initiatives.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why this flow chart is helpful in a broad sense, but it really was put out for the state and local jurisdictions, as Chair Harrington just said, were able to really create their own programming. And then, of course, we're trying to look back at data and look at what others are doing to start developing some best practice.
And this is another one of those state unfunded mandates, or no?
No, this is partially funded.
Okay, good. All right.
This is,
Sure, I'm sure that will come up.
Yes.
Just want to bring it up now.
it is funded, and at this point, we're not contributing any general fund to this program.
Okay.
But our answer about partially funded is it is not funded to the level that we think is a best practice, which would involve much more peer outreach and navigation, and we just don't have the funding for that right now.
It's a good start.
Yes.
Well, we got to start somewhere.
Yes.
Yep.
And speaking of good starts, in the next slide, just to share a little bit of data, in our first 8 months, the program has had 452 referrals, of which 338 were ineligible. So again, that might seem really high to you. What are we doing if 338 people are ineligible? But the reasons they were ineligible have to do with 72% had other cases. 20% of those were already on supervision. So again, with those referrals, they would just be into that other more diversionary pathway so that they would still be accessing treatment, offered a conditional discharge, which means they have a little bit more court involvement and supervision, but they still have access to treatment and an opportunity for an expunged record, no jail time, et cetera. 9% of those had criminal history, 4% had some other charges. And then, of course, sometimes people present with more than one of those ineligible categories. So it's important to reflect on what we're accomplishing and how it's being experienced in our community. These are a couple stories from folks who have participated. One note that's exciting for the program is we had our first monolingual Spanish-speaking participant, and we're really proud to state that it was our first opportunity to test the program and see if the design would support the needs of this individual in the way that we intended. We're heartened to share that the individual experienced no delays, was met with a Spanish-speaking peer at intake, was given options for culturally and linguistically specific services, and they found and fully engaged in the preferred services within a week of intake and continues to find support and connection within the framework. So it's really good news. You can see the different testimonials on the slide, but both really note how connection, resources, assessment of need for both substance use disorder and other services such as housing, and then working with peers, which are folks who have lived experiences, can really shift somebody's opportunity for success and how they view their own ability to even be successful. And so we're really excited that this is the work. We're still building it. There's a lot of work ahead, but there's a great team in place, and they're doing a wonderful job.
Good to hear.
Yep, I think that's it on deflection.
Okay.
Okay.
If I could just comment too. When we were in Salem a couple weeks ago, I met with Senator Bonham, I think it was, and was talking about this program. He kind of condensed it down into how much money we spending per graduate. It's a pretty hefty number. So that's when we were talking about what could we modify in the program to have more acceptances. He read me the list of people that didn't qualify, and it wasn't a very pretty list. It was felony people. So I don't know if there's, as we go through this program over the next year or so, if we'd be able to make some recommended changes on maybe lightening the criteria for acceptance if we could get more people into the program that aren't felons. That would certainly, I think, be a much more successful, and the calculation would be much better for the cost per individual.
And that's what Marnie was referring to in us looking at some of those different pathways, the social referral. That actually is kind of a, sorry, I'm jumping into. That's actually kind of a pre-prevention model, so it doesn't even take a law enforcement referral. It could be a visit to the emergency department or something could get you into treatment. That's great. And go ahead.
I think he's also referring to things like with deflection, the requirements over on slide 30 about the eligibility if you have a prior, not necessarily conviction, but like for property theft, which is a common crime that addicted folks use, that would disqualify you. So if we open up more of that qualification, then your point is right on. It increases the volume that can go through the funnel.
Yes.
So this program is for new criminals, not established criminals.
So, well, we set the,
I mean, that's like just cut to the chase here.
and we are looking at expanding those eligibility criteria, but the other thing I would say, Commissioner Willie, is we're looking at what are other success measures of the program. For example, how much money is saved because this person didn't go to the emergency room or wasn't being treated for an overdose. So we're also trying to look at how can we look at other measures to measure the success besides the cost per person, because it's difficult to show what's not happening because of the program.
And be sure and include the elimination of court time.
Court time and jail.
Yep.
Jail
Attorney
time.
resources.
Correct.
Attorney resources, all of those kinds of things. Yeah, so when you do that, then the numbers certainly get better. But I like what Chair was saying
The
about.
goal was always to start small, build our infrastructure, and then look at expanding. So, yeah, there's some really good ideas out there. Okay, thank you.
All right, question?
Just one other comment. I think we also have to look at where we are today in deflection is we have to look at where we were previously to deflection and how we got to this point through the decriminalization versus a more an approach that allows for restorative care.
Thank you. Okay, on to developmental disabilities.
Thank you, Erin.
So, Washington County receives funding from the state of Oregon to operate a community developmental disabilities program. We call that CDDP, in case I make a mistake and call it that. The Developmental Disability Program has grown dramatically over the past few years due to changes in eligibility requirements by the Oregon legislature, which significantly increased the number of individuals eligible to be served. In the 2013-15 biennium, there were 33.8 FTEs serving 1,155 clients. In the current biennium, there are over 117 FTEs serving 3,201 clients. In 2024 alone, the division received over 600 applications for services and had an average enrollment of 42 individuals a month. Although 12 new FTE were added in 24-25, Washington County caseloads are still above the state average of 55 for in-home services and 63 for residential services per case manager. Alongside several years of dramatic growth due to the client eligibility expansion by the Oregon State Legislature, state funding levels are below that needed to effectively serve the residents. The current level of funding estimated in 25-26 is at 86% of the fully funded state workload model. This has resulted in increased overall workload and high caseload sizes. If developmental disabilities was fully funded at 100% of the workload model, current total FTE would increase by 22. With the funding shortfall, the Developmental Disability Program continues to prioritize work and FTE allocation to ensure that the program continues to meet the needs of the people experiencing intellectual and developmental disabilities. You will see a request for the number went back and forth. You will see a request for 12 new FTE funded in this special fund. So this is not a request to increase general fund FTE. This is all through the state Developmental Disability Program. So moving on to Washington County Disability, Aging, and Veterans Services, or we refer to this as DAVES. This program empowers older adults, veterans, and people with disabilities by connecting them with essential services and resources to enhance quality of life with compassion, dignity, and respect. DAVES includes two funds, Fund 198 for Aging Services and Fund 100 for Veteran Services. So DAVES is the federally designated area agency on aging, or AAA, under the Older Americans Act, serving as a coordinating and leveraging point for the network of services to older adults and their families. Funding comes from a mix of state grants like Oregon Project Independence, federal grants like the Older Americans Act, and other grants and contracts that provide program services such as the Senior Health Insurance Benefit Assistance, Care Transition, Money Management, No Wrong Door, and Older Adult Behavioral Health Initiatives. It's important to note that there are match requirements within this fund. The division provides information and referral to the expansive aging network of services and program. They offer respite and other critical supports to unpaid caregivers, deliver connections and programs that reduce social isolation, provide congregate and in-home delivered nutrition support, and connect individuals with limited resources to key benefit programs such as legal aid, Medicare, and more. DAVES also serves those in need of in-home assistance to stay in their homes, as well as assist people in making the decision about long-term care. A couple of notable accomplishments included in this division. The division successfully completed the Community Needs Assessment and developed the 2024-2029 area plan as required under the Older Americans Act. And this, like when we talked about, might seem like hours ago, when we talked about the CDBG also consolidated plan, this also takes a lot of staff time and effort to engage community, a lot of focus groups and surveys to ask the aging population and those that are providing services for that population what are their highest needs. They also were able to increase enrollment by Native Americans, Latinos, African Americans, and are now serving at least commensurate proportions by race based on our county demographics through their area on aging programs, which is a huge accomplishment because just getting out information and reaching those populations can be really difficult. So moving on to veterans.
What were the two funds? The one fund was 198. What was the other fund?
The other fund is 100, which is the Veteran Services.
Okay, thank you.
Veteran Services Program primarily assists Washington County veterans in receiving the federal benefits they are entitled to by assisting them with claim submission. Disability, Aging, and Veteran Services Division receives some leveraged funds for veteran services, and there are match requirements for these funds. Last year, through claims work, Washington County Veterans Services officers processed almost 2,000 claims with an average wait time of approximately 2 weeks for appointments. The Veteran Service officers have historically helped Washington County veterans realize approximately $5.5 million in retroactive cash benefits annually. However, this past year, due to the addition of many presumptive conditions through the Sergeant's First Class Health Robinson Promise to address comprehensive toxics, or the PACT, P-A-C-T, PACT Act of 2022, the officers almost doubled that figure and helped Washington County veterans realize $10.5 million in retroactive cash benefits. In addition to ongoing monthly cash benefits, these cash benefits go directly to the veterans, providing a boost to our local economy. Moving on to Public Health Division. This is one of the largest divisions in the department. The Public Health Division has 3 funds, from Fund 166 for children, youth, and families, Fund 189 for public health, and Fund 208 for emergency medical services. This is a large division with multiple programs and almost 144 FTE, and that excludes the FTE that are within solid waste and recycling, which in the budget is part of the public health division, but we'll talk about that separately. Public health supports the work required of Washington County as the local public health authority, aligned with statutes and administrative rules pertaining to this responsibility. The programs in public health include the Center for Science, Innovation, and Compliance, which includes the Medical Examiner's Office, Research, Analytics, Informatics, and Data. We call it RAID, and Communicable Disease Prevention, Infection Prevention and Access to Care, Emergency Medical Services, Emergency Preparedness, Environmental Health, Public Health Strategy, which is, they work on the public health modernization requirements, accreditation, and policy and community partnerships, maternal, child, and family health, vital records, and women, infants, and children, often referred to as WIC. The division continues to have tremendous impact on the community. Here are just a few highlights. Washington County Public Health is proud to be one of 400 local health departments to achieve national accreditation through the Public Health Accreditation Board since the organization launched in 2001. We have continued to maintain that national accreditation. Nurse Navigator program was launched. This is a collaboration among Washington County Consolidated Communications Agency, or WACA, the EMS providers, local fire, and global medical AMR response. The Nurse Navigation Program allows 911 dispatchers to connect certain callers to nurses who will navigate them to the most appropriate care using medical protocols. This ensures that EMS resources are available for potentially life-threatening situations like heart attack, stroke, and also allowing us to address the callers promptly and effectively. We celebrated 50-year anniversary of WIC, and were able to serve 13,602 individuals between January and November of 2024, which was higher than the total for 2023. The average caseload was over 9,000 per month and more than 1,450 referrals from our online referral webpage. We also provided 5,800 COVID-19 vaccines through community health workers, coordinated vaccine events, and 17,000 COVID-19 tests were administered and distributed by funded community-based organizations. The medical examiners program managed more than 1,300 calls of reportable death and investigated those within the appropriate jurisdiction. The team received recognition for donation of 46 corneas that were transplanted to restore the gift of sight.
Oh, question, Chair Harrington?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have questions on two different areas. Is this the fund where all of the public health modernization work is housed?
Yes.
And does the state provide the funding for all that required work and then additional funding for work that the county public health experts would like to also do, so those eligible activities?
So the public health modernization funds come through the state financial assistance agreement.
Okay.
And I would say there continues to be a general fund transfer to Health and Human Services. The bulk of that transfer is for the public health work.
Okay.
So I can't say that the financial assistance agreement or the modernization specific funding completely covers all of the public health work.
It could be a local match for.
Correct.
Okay. Then the second area of questioning is over the last couple of bienniums, the work of the medical examiners was stressed, if I could put it that way, by the transfer of support from the state medical examiner under the state police back to the county. And what I recall is that there was a lot of pressure on the county to start investing in the program, but also in capital needs for a county-based morgue, so on and so forth. I don't see that addressed in these pages through page 336. So I'm just all the way through 336. So I'm just wondering if there are other risks or liabilities that this document doesn't capture that at least commissioners need to be mindful of.
Yes, thank you for that question, Chair Harrington. The medical examiner program is 100% general fund. We receive no direct state funding or other funds for the medical examiner program. And we do continue to experience stress as there are more requirements, and we've had to hire, as you know, in previous budgets, additional medical examiners so that we can cover 24/7 nature of this program. The other is that we do continue to have a need for a local facility, and so we are in the process right now. We just were able to hire a consultant to help us look at what are those facility needs, and we're doing this, of course. This is led by both public health and facilities to understand what are the exact needs of the facility, how might that type of a facility be funded. So we are in the process, but I do not believe that you will see that we're not moving capital project forward in the next fiscal year. What we're really concentrating on right now is what is the future need. So you will see a future requirement.
So I appreciate all of that overview. This goes back to, I really appreciate the improved narrative in this budget. I guess I'm just left with the sense, or perhaps the question, that shift is of responsibility and subsequent follow-through. I want to make sure that it's documented somewhere, perhaps in the trends and initiatives, because it's something that the board needs to continue to be mindful of over future years. And I'm afraid if it isn't in here, the budget captures is such a great investment, such a great tool, along with the CIP, for explaining not only our investments, but the hard choices that we've had to make in not funding things that are really needed by our community and or requirements. So sorry, I can't.
We will definitely add a more robust description of the need and the future.
I want to underscore, maybe in a bit more detail and direct, what Marnie said. We are required to provide medical examiner services. There's actually required response times of medical examiners, not just the 24-hour, but how they deliver their work. And we did, through this budget process, see if we're mandated to do this, or if we could say, no, state, we're not doing it anymore, and kind of force it back to the state. And in consult with county council, this is one of the unfunded mandates the county is responsible for.
I guess I'm also left with my brain's kind of exploding with all the information after a day and a half. So I'm in the budget 331 through 336. Sorry, I can't get there fast enough. Yes, 336. Other than that, because it's not coming forward for me, where would I see the general fund contribution towards public health? I'm missing that someplace. I guess I better write that down as a question. Yeah, I'm having trouble following that. Thank you very much for listening.
Of course.
And what were the three funds?
The three funds within
166, 189, and 208.
189.
166, 189, and 208. Correct? Miss Marnie, that's what you said at the beginning. That was your very first page.
Sounds right.
Okay,
166, 189, and 208.
thank you.
You were quicker than me.
I made a note. All right, are we good? Big topic, big service area, lots of complications.
Yeah.
You did a nice job of summarizing it. Thank you. All right, moving on to solid waste.
Solid waste and recycling. Solid waste and recycling division operates as a division within HHS, but is housed budgetarily in Fund 189 for public health. So solid waste and recycling helps community members, property managers, and business sustainability manage materials to prevent waste, recycle, and to dispose of garbage properly. The division's mission is to ensure the health and safety of our community through responsible materials management, policy development, culturally responsive education, and the active engagement of diverse voices that we serve. This team has accomplished a lot over the last year. Most notably, I want to highlight the reduced rate program. Solid Waste and Recycling continues to implement more equitable garbage and recycling collection rates through the reduced rate program in order to remain responsive to the economic needs of the customers. The division works with community action to administer the program, and it has been a huge success. Solid Waste and Recycling continues to lead with an education-based approach to resolve compliance issues, such as those required under the Business Food Scraps Mandate and general code compliance issues assigned to the division. Staff are intentional around making direct connections, resolving complaints, and providing ongoing supportive programs and services. The division continues to respond to community needs in a timely manner, providing the resources and technical assistance required to support community members, businesses, property managers, and partner jurisdictions in a culturally responsive manner. The team has worked hard to prepare for the Recycling Modernization Act, which goes into effect on July 1st, 2025, just a few weeks away. The preparation work includes working with key partners and aligning the garbage and recycling system collection operation to new state law, Plastic Pollution and Recycling Modernization Act. The work includes education and outreach requirements, operational changes for some service providers operating in our jurisdiction, and a coordinated watershed approach to achieving the compliance. Solid Waste and Recycling proposed increase in certificate fee revenue from 3 to 4%. This will result in an increase in fees to ratepayers of approximately 28 cents per month. This will bring an estimated $380,000 in excess of the year-over-year increase in our revenue. This revenue will support the department's goal to reduce general fund reliance. The gross receipt funds are generated directly from customers in unincorporated Washington County who elect to have garbage and recycling collection services. Staff estimate a 1% increase in gross receipt revenue that will impact the average single ratepayer by increasing their bill, as I said, by about 28 cents per month. That's solid waste and recycling.
Comments, questions, trends and initiatives?
Trends and initiatives. While each division has unique goals and initiatives in 2026 that I kind of highlighted on some of the previous slides, for HHS as a whole, they will be leaning into the following items: strategically plan work and mandated services with a focus on sustainable funding. Think strategically about the work ahead with a focus on mandated service and sustainably. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Leverage strategic partnerships and continuously enhance efficiency. Partner with organizations to ensure that we have the most up-to-date information on changes in our funding and our work, and continue to refine and adjust processes as efficiently as possible. Prioritize support for our staff through challenging times. Continued staff engagement efforts with a focus on supporting staff through challenging times, with a renewed focus on trauma-informed care. And that really comes because of so many questions about the federal funding, and every day we're waking up to new changes in federal programs and federal funding that impact public health. You will see reductions. So there was a total 17% reduction, or $3,270,132. The total FTE reduction is 7.45. The reduction specifically includes elimination of 3.0 FTE public health nurse. Those we're shifting 2 of the remaining 3 to a program. So we have 2 main nurse home visiting programs. One is the Nurse Family Partnership, and one is a program called Family Connects. And so those nurses are being shifted to Family Connect out of Nurse Family Partnership, because Family Connect is really able to generate funds to support the program. So there'll be continued support for families. We're just shifting them from one program to another. There's also reduction of 1.0 senior administrative specialist in public health, a reduction in support of our federally qualified health centers, elimination of 1.0 FTE in a currently filled solid waste and recycling officer, elimination of 1.0 program specialist in the Veteran Services Program. Some good news about that elimination is this person has been moved to a vacant position within Dave's. The eliminated position, though, will result in reduced community outreach and likely in our ability to participate in the annual Veteran Stand Down event, which provides resources to unhoused veterans. Also, a reduction of 1.0 Veteran Services Officer from a 1.0 to a 0.75, which could result in longer wait times and fewer claims processed in the Veterans Program. We are also reducing 1.0 vacant position and a 0.2 filled FTE in animal services. So the 0.2 FTE was a person that was just working on Saturdays. Within animal services, this will lead to a need to reduce the number of days that the operations are open to the public. So we'll still be providing animal care 7 days a week, but we will not be able to provide a public access to the building 7 days a week. The total reduction in animal services is $349,960. That includes the position reduction, so that's $116,700. There's $128,000 reduced in materials and supplies. $50,000 of that was for dog license marketing. $24,000 is a reduction towards a database that we use, Chameleon database, and $36,000 reduction in dog license reminder mailing, so postage costs, as well as $4,500 a reduction that was used to print animal tails for printing and mailing. So those are the reductions with within animal services, because we've been asked exactly what were what was the breakdown of the $349,000. So there is also an ad package within Health and Human Services for 12 new FTE in disability, developmental disabilities, as I mentioned earlier. And then there's also the fee adjustment within solid waste and recycling that I mentioned. And that is the end of Health and Human Services.
All right, comments? Commissioner Treese.
Thank you, Marty. This is a big hunk here, and you did a great job of going through it. I have a concern, and I'm not sure exactly where it fits, but as we look at this budget, and as we think about our history, I'm reflecting back on 2019. I was on the Public Health Advisory Committee, and there was a measles outbreak in, I believe, the Vancouver area. Yes. And we were poised watching that, worried about the potential for this area. And I'm reflecting that today we're seeing measles outbreaks, for example, across the nation. My question to you is, given the information that we have from that time period, given what our experience was in the pandemic, are you concerned about any of our cuts in relationship to staffing and our ability to respond to an emergency situation? I say that recognizing that our general fund is not the primary financer, so to speak, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Treese. as a old public health nurse, 40-year-old public
Former.
health nurse,
Former.
former. Still, you were once a public health nurse, you're always a public health nurse.
Okay.
But I would say that I'm very concerned about some of the reductions that are being discussed at the federal level. As you know, I was in DC with you all when the pandemic, when we learned that we had our first case in Washington County.
On your
And each of the
55th
legislative
birthday.
visits that we had that day asked me what needs to happen, and my response continues to be the same. What happens with public health funding is when there's an outbreak, whether it is measles or it is Ebola or COVID-19, there is a sudden surge in public health funding to address that outbreak. And then those funds, just like we're seeing now with the ARPA funds, dwindle and eventually go away. Some other examples of that are when you think about tuberculosis. We have done such a good job in the United States of addressing tuberculosis that our funding has basically dwindled to nothing. I think that we still get less, and we still get less than $100,000, and the program costs us $500,000. Well, what that has meant is over several years is a resurgence of tuberculosis. And so I think there is definitely a decaying of the public health system nationally, and I am absolutely concerned about that. I will say that I have appreciated being in Washington County, where I have community members and board and other elected officials that do believe in science and have supported our public health system within Washington County. So that's what gives me hope being here. But I think we have to really stay vigilant and think about what's happening, especially at the federal level. And a lot of these are passed through from our state funding. So our state partners are in a very difficult position as well.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, all that was long-winded, but I will also say that the reductions that we have made are not in communicable disease prevention or response. So that is a good thing within our current budget proposal.
Melissa.
Yes, thank you. So the reason I was asking a lot about the funds is there's one fund, the Human Services Fund 192, where there was a transfer in of $2 million plus from the general fund, and I couldn't find it in the book, and I don't think I heard it from you. So I'm still curious as to Fund 192, who uses it, and what's that $2+ million
So,
allocated to?
so Fund 192, I believe, is behavioral health. And that fund is probably the largest within human services. It receives the largest transfer of general fund, because that is where our services like civil commitment, for aid and assist, and some of the behavioral health services that aren't funded through Medicaid or through the states sit, and they are
So it's
mandated services that counties must provide. So that is the area within behavioral health that does receive
So that's the
greatest
top line
support.
fund, it's the actual, okay. So on page 302,
And I can get back to you more specifically, looking at that page, but just a general answer is that is where we're providing the services that are mandated and underfunded with state resources. But we can get back to you specifically on that page number and question.
can you clarify your question, Melissa?
I was looking at the general fund transfers sheet
Okay.
of where all our general fund money was being transferred in, and there's under Health and Human Services is Human Services Fund 192, where the proposed transfer was $2,088,715.
So I was just trying to track that and see that in these pages. So on page 302, behavioral health, that's 192/706000. So does that mean in here under operating transfers in is the dollars that the general fund is transferring in? And it shows 3.4 million, 3,426. You talking about that number? Yeah, so 2.08, so part of that must be general fund?
There's also funds.
What's the big bump in the?
There's also funds that are transferred within human services to that fund. So I would need to get back to you with the answer to that question.
Committee member Laird, your question is similar to what Chair Harrington had asked on the public health. So you're, just for budget committee members, Melissa, I think you're looking at this general fund transfer. So this is just the general fund transfer.
Right.
Where you see that, and I'm on behavioral health page 302.
Correct.
That is included in the operating transfers in line.
Yeah, okay.
But this just depicts just the general
Yes,
fund.
I understand that. And the big jump from the 15 million down to 3 is the cat went out. I caught that, I think. So 2/3 of the funding of this fund comes from the general fund. And can you go back and tell me again what this fund is for stuff that's not?
I'm sorry, 2/3 of the.
So the current proposed budget for this behavioral health
For Fund 192?
for behavioral health 192/706000 in 2025-26 is $3,426,513, right? And we transferred in from the general fund two plus million, right?
Yes.
So, it's.
So you're asking what the other, where the
No,
other.
no, I'm not asking what the other stuff is. I'm just saying that 2/3 of this funding of this budget comes from the general fund.
I don't think that's accurate.
Well, the
It's
budget is
2/3 of the
3.4 million, and we're transferring
71
in 2
million.
million.
No, 2/3 of the transfer come from
Transfer,
general
correct.
fund. The other third come from other funds.
Funds, government funds, right?
Yes,
Right,
but that's not the full budget within
correct.
Fund
Yeah,
192.
Sorry about that. I was just looking at the transfers.
Okay.
Okay. So clarification on numbers,
Okay.
we have that taken care of. And then, just recap on what we were saying about this fund is funding things that are not, just recap the
So
summary on the fund.
some of the things that are included in Fund 192 that are unfunded state, or underfunded state mandates include things like civil commitment and aid and assist, and some of the indigent care services. So we receive some funding, but it's not enough, and so it is supplemented with a transfer from the general fund.
Thank you.
All right, are we good?
We're good. Thanks.
All right. Anybody else? So health and human services. I think we're done, yeah?
Done.
All right. So we're going to keep going, and we're going to go on to culture, education, and recreation, and then we're going to see how long this takes, and then we get a lunch break. Woohoo!
I'm going to get you to your lunch.
All right, Ann.
Committed.
Get us there.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Marnie. Nice job.
Hey, Marnie, you have to stay with me.
So now we're 3:45, right?
You have to stay, man.
3:43, 3:45. Marnie has to stay. Says Ann.
I thought it was.
She's ready
down
for
the
her
line.
break.
I thought it was
Her
after
union
lunch.
break.
Mr. Wizard,
We're going to put her in charge of everything.
Okay, here
Sorry.
Hey.
All right.
Hello and welcome to day 2. We have 5 different items that we're going to talk about in this section. To begin, so those are, just so everybody's clear, those are parks, library, Westside Commons, OSU, and then TLT.
Tourism and development.
First things first is the OSU Extension Services.
Go Beavers.
Go Beavers.
These resources support a variety of community programs serving rural, older, and diverse Washington County residents. Multiple community programs include things for agriculture, family and community development, forestry, wood products, and 4-H youth development. County provides in-kind support for extension services and 4-H. Over the past year, I've had an opportunity to meet with OSU team, and it has been a delight. The work of OSU Extension Services creates a more capable and resilient community, and I appreciate all they do for Washington County. This year, they are, I chose to focus on the goals and initiatives in which we're partnering with OSU, though they have other goals for them for the coming year. They're realizing that they have a financial crisis when it comes to this funding model. It's just not working. And so they have been in communication with me and with county commissioners about investigating new funding structures that would allow for them to have some more control over their funding sources. That would look like probably a special improvement district or a levy. This was done in Clackamas County, so this is not unique. And we have spoken with them about the tools that they would need to gather and pull together, come back to the county with in order to talk about a possible ballot measure. So that is something that they're focusing on for this year. I do just want to call out that as much as we're talking here about very specific budget line items, we actually also subsidize their operations to the tune of about $12,000 a month through a lease and through their utility costs. That lease is coming due in about a year and a half, and so we are starting communication with them about how to manage that lease. As they've been talking about their funding structure, I've asked for them to build in the cost of that need into the facility, into their calculations for their business plan. And I'm just letting everyone know here, we can bring this back for further conversation with the board. But the hope is if they're going to go out once for a ballot measure, that they actually went out and secured sufficient operating dollars to be able to be successful. They're also looking at updating their functional agreements with us in several ways. We have 3 different agreements and IGAs. They use Wingspan, they use the fairgrounds, and then they also partner with us at the fair in order to show their animals and to have 4-H kids involved in the work we do. It's actually one of the cooler parts of working with Wingspan and the fair, which I'm really excited about. They did recently hire a new employee, and that relationship seems to be going really well. So we're excited to see how the coming year goes, but those IGAs are going to be a focus of mine and of Leah and Laurel's over the course of the next year. We did submit a 10% reduction in their operating budget this year. That does impact their ability to fund a finance position that they've had in their offices. Those duties are going to be distributed to other staff should this cut actually go into effect. But they were appreciative that this was a 10% cut, not a 17% cut, which is what they were originally asked to proceed with. And like I said, really caring, smart, wonderful humans who add a lot to the vibrancy of Washington County. But like everything else, we're facing cuts.
Comment?
Yeah, I have a question. So for OSU Extension, they have their extension offices all over the state. And so how much of their total budget comes from actually Oregon State University rather than counties and cities?
They are largely dependent on us and other grants. They do not actually get subsidized by OSU.
Just for here.
Yep.
Just for Washington County.
Yes, and in Multnomah County, actually, last year or 2 years ago, they received a full cut. They do not receive any funding at this point from Multnomah County. Clackamas County, where they have their special improvement district levy, does continue to pay, but it means that Multnomah County's services have been greatly reduced.
And then a follow-up question is, you mentioned about the lease. Is there space in one of the county buildings that you could move them into when their lease expires?
That's where they're at now.
It's actually not. We are leasing a
the lease.
facility for them, and we are paying that lease and utilities for them at this time, which is why it's cost prohibitive for us to continue with that arrangement. That's part of the discussion with the team. They have to decide if they actually want to move or if they would want that as an alternative. But going back to, they've been talking for several years about this new funding structure, and this might be just the right moment for them to try and manage the funding structure. They use the Wingspan facilities a lot, but that's another place where there's this tug and pull of need versus ability. So, for instance, 4-H would love to be there all the time. It's a great site for them. They can do archery classes and art classes, and it's a large open space. The families are used to going there because they show during the fair, so they get really, it's a good symbiotic relationship. The problem at this point is when they're inside our facilities, we have to have a staff present. That's costly. So we've tried to ask that they use those sites when we have other staff present, but that means it's not typically on weekends or at night, and that's really when the kids would want to be there. So we're also trying to work on that into the agreements and into the relationship. How do we fund that, or how do they fund that coming out of a new funding structure so that they can continue that relationship and keep the county whole for the cost of staffing? It's a good question. We don't have space today, I think is my short answer, and we don't have a plan right now that builds out the fairgrounds. We just don't have the finances. They love their site. They actually like the building they're in. And we don't have anything that's near the square footage that they have today.
I'd just like to add quickly that the building that they're in, they also have classrooms, they have storage, they have, as well as a kitchen, as well as supporting their staff's work site. So it's a complex type of opportunity for them.
Yeah. In response, kind of, this is related but unrelated to the subject, facilities. Over the past 5 years, we have actually reduced our free kind of space we give to nonprofits. Just as you've seen in the CAP conversations, charged to departments, there's a cost to the county for maintaining facilities. And so we have moved to, in essence, charging that same rate. And if we're not charging, then we need to determine where's the revenue offset to cover those costs, because we were not, that was not a practice before. So I just want to commend Laurel Brown, again, who Ann mentioned yesterday, and also Greg Wynham for really going through all of those agreements and I'll say kind of cleaning it up.
And creating transparency and fairness.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, comment? Question? Commissioner Snyder.
I want to just acknowledge the contributions that the Extension Service makes to the county, and you mentioned the vibrancy. I think this is the least well understood sort of part of Oregon State University, and even what the land grant university system is all about, how it's set up, what their focus is, even what we said today about it. We describe it a little bit, but I mean, the ultimate goal is, and this was established by the federal government 100 plus years ago, is to make sure that all the agriculture and forestry research and information that is available is then implemented in the actual like living environment of people. And I think when you have it in that context and you think about it, like we need to continue to help figure out how to make sure that this continues. And while our community overall, many people wouldn't know, I mean, if you asked the average resident in our communities, I don't think they would actually be able to articulate what the OSU Extension Service is. But in many parts of the state, like this is one of the only resources there is, and they're solving all kinds of problems, because in a county with, 3,000 people in it, like their OSU Extension Service, where it's mostly agricultural, is key to their entire functioning. And I just want to acknowledge that and say that from a support perspective, I think we need to continue to be good partners. I agree that they need to control their own destiny, so to speak, more from a funding perspective. And what has happened in Clackamas County and the amount of funding has been really transformational for what they can do. So I hope we're at least supportive behind the scenes of that.
More communication.
Perfect, thank you.
Libraries?
Okay. On to libraries. Good thing I stayed here. Okay. Washington County Cooperative Library Services, or WCCLS, partner with 9 cities and 3 nonprofits to provide library services to the community. WCCLS provides funding, infrastructure, and support services to link 16 independently operated library locations together into one system for all county residents. As Washington County's living room, public libraries create social connection, support climate resilience, and offer lifelong learning and development, preparing children for school and fostering a strong workforce in Washington County. Washington County values the contribution of libraries to our vibrant community and inclusive community. The majority of public library operating funds comes from the county general fund, but a significant percentage, 44%, comes from the 5-year local option levy, last approved and renewed by voters in May of 2020 at a rate of 22 cents per thousand of assessed value. The FY25-26 budget reflects the 5th and final year of the renewed levy, which ends June of 2026. Libraries continue to expand the services they offer in a time of reduced resources and increasingly complex community need. Libraries continue to play our traditional role as places that support childhood literacy, lifelong learning and development, places for free family activities, and community gathering spaces for civic engagement. In addition to this, libraries continue to address gaps in services within our community. Vulnerable community members rely on the library as a place they can visit and access climate-controlled spaces that are free and where they are welcome. Libraries help people access social services and community resources and help people connect to the internet, access technology, and become digitally literate. WCCLS provides the primary operational funding for libraries in the Cooperative, distributing just over $28 million to each library in our cities and the nonprofit partners. In addition, WCCLS maintains the core infrastructure that links independently operated libraries into one system for all county residents. This includes information technology infrastructure, broadband access for all libraries, the inventory and user account software system that is the backbone of the operations, public-facing web interfaces, and the sorting and delivery of library materials. WCCLS efficiently provides digital library collections, including ebooks, audiobooks, and streaming video to the entire library system, and also offers mail delivery of library materials to community members who are not able to leave their home or a care facility. In addition, WCCLS provides marketing and communication to increase the awareness of public library services for community members. The current library levy expires in June of 2026. The current rate, as I mentioned, is 22 cents per thousand of assessed value and was last renewed by voters in May of 2020. The Board of Commissioners will be considering a library levy proposal later this month for a replacement library levy with a rate of 37 cents per 1,000 of assessed values, which would support base service levels and provide operational stability to the system. WCCLS is leading a structured process with our partner agencies in preparation for the next levy cycle, which is FY 26-27 to FY 30-31 and beyond. This multi-year process of engagement with our city and nonprofit partners will identify mutually agreeable solutions so that we can continue to meet the community needs for years to come. The process goals are twofold. The first goal is to improve service consistency and equity across the county by establishing a common understanding of current service levels and the total cost, establishing base library service levels available for all county residents, and evaluating and refining partner roles in providing those base level services to the community. The second goal is to support community needs by creating a library system with a fiscally sustainable future, including identifying options for funding base-level services for all libraries and establishing metrics to allocate the funding to partners for operating those libraries. Staff intends for this collaborative effort with partners to chart the path to the long-term sustainability for the public library system is guided by answers to the important policy questions from our Board of Commissioners in the next coming years. Just to close a loop on last year, beginning July 25th, the West Slope Library, or Fund 185, will no longer be owned and operated by WCCLS and will instead be owned and operated by Garden Home Community Library Association. Pending final contract authorization of the Board of Commissioners and the Garden Home Community Library Association Board. Neighborhood residents will benefit from the community-based organization managing the West Slope Library and from more efficient operations that come from an agency operating 2 library buildings. The FY 25-26 proposed budget closes out this fund, Fund 185, the West Slope Library.
Thank you. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say big thank you, because this means, compared to our budget last year, general fund resources are no longer subsidizing the Garden Home Library. West Slope Library, I'm sorry. And I want to thank Commissioner Treese for all of her care in working with staff and that whole community for a couple of years on this transition. Very thoughtfully done, done with a lot of care, a lot of passionate, marvelous, dedicated volunteers, and I really appreciate your helping us ensure that county-wide resources are going to county-wide services. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to note that Lisa Tattersall is in the audience. And Lisa has been amazing. Like I talked about yesterday with Land Use and Transportation, WCCLS is new to my portfolio as well. And it has been really amazing to watch Lisa navigate really big projects with a really tiny staff, but they're pretty amazing. So both the transition of the West Slope Library to Garden Homes, but also this funding and governance project that I just talked about, which is really trying to get all of these different libraries, cities, and nonprofits to work together as one system and to look towards a sustainable future. That is not easy work. It is not easy to go from something that you've been doing for, 40 or 50 years to something new because it does require changes. And then also it just happened to be the year that we needed to do all the planning with the board to generate the new levy that I am confident is going to be successful and continue to fund libraries into the future.
Comment, question, Jeff.
Yes, hi. So for the local option levy at 37 cents, is it anticipated that will replace more than what the general fund transfer was to the library?
No, this is it is a necessary increase to maintain base level services, so current services, current open hours, and current services like the reading, youth reading programs, and all of the programs that are currently being served. So it would not be an increase, and it's not anticipated that it would not anticipated now that it would reduce reliance on general fund. So there would still be a general fund requirement.
There's still going to be some general fund transfer to the
Correct.
library. But we're taking out a lot of money that goes to the library today from the general fund transfer. The 37 cents local option levy proposed is how much of that is going to replace that general fund transfer.
So the proposed local option levy doesn't go into effect until the fiscal year after the one we're considering now.
Right.
And so the 17% reduction, I'm going to talk about in the next slide, actually, is not being offset by the proposed new levy. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
So can I just connect your question, Jeff, to actually committee member Laird, sorry, I couldn't get all my words out, question, just on the public safety levy too, yesterday. Our general fund is, as we know, it's strained, it's stressed, and so there is a greater reliance on the public safety levy and the library levy, and I want to underscore, and the board's conversation on Tuesday of looking at additional revenue sources. That could be additional levies because the general fund cannot keep up. So your concern is similar to public safety cuts that we make in the general fund, put further pressure on special option levies to fill that gap. So they're connected. So I just want to make that connection between the two.
Just to add on to that, that's a good point. And also, we tend to look at both of these levies separately, but I think they hit the consumer at the same time.
Yes.
Right, so we're going from, and I think it was 45 for public safety to 65. So we're going to be asking for, instead of a 67 cents increase, it's going to be over at $1.02. So again, you got to be looking at this from, a residence. It's like both of these are asking for more money. It's over $1 now. So they both, we both think they're going to be successful, and we're hoping they're going to be successful, but we're pushing them up, and they're more and more being used to just maintain what we have, not increase services, not do new functionality, not provide something really radically exciting or, innovative. So I think that's going to be stressful on getting these things successful and continuing on getting people excited about spending more money in these areas.
Well, it's maintaining service level with a growing population too. So we have to serve more.
Right.
Right.
But you're being asked to give more money for basically the same, maintaining the service.
No, because we have more people.
Okay.
Same service level, more people. Property owners are going to be asked to do a lot more than that. But, that's for today.
Yeah, it's not as thrilling of a ask. That's all I'm saying.
Very true. Very true. Other comments before we move on? Okay, still on libraries.
Still in libraries, this is the last slide. So trends and initiatives. WCCLS has made good progress in strategic initiatives this year, including finalizing the operational transition of West Slope Library, progressing in the funding and governance work, preparing for the local option levy replacement, and expanding Title VI compliance to support increased language access across our library system. The team will build on this work to develop an educational campaign about the future library levy replacement in 2026. And as you mentioned, Committee Member Laird, it is a difficult message to carry, so we'll be working on that with our Board of Commissioners. We will also complete our 2026 goals for library funding and governance process. So lots of work in the future. As was mentioned earlier, there is a 17% reduction in general fund support that's applied in this proposed budget. That would include elimination of 2 vacant positions, which is 1.5 FTE. It also does allow for a 1% increase in operational funding allocation to our partner cities and nonprofits, but that is instead of the traditional 3% or originally planned 3% addition to our partners. But we are still able to give them 1% increase. And as you know, their cost of operating libraries continues to increase just as our costs do. There is also a 5% increase in digital collection spending that's reflected in this budget, which does not keep pace with the annual 25% increase in community demand for ebooks and audiobooks. IT equipment spending is reduced by 9% due to significant infrastructure improvements and investments that were completed this fiscal year, 24-25. IT equipment spending is reduced by 9% due to the improvements that were realized this fiscal year. And that is WCCLS and our library systems.
So I want to give, just like you did, Marnie, Lisa a shout out. She has worked really, really hard on working with all of the library directors in Washington County, and looked for ways that we can reduce costs. And certainly one of them is centralizing our collections. So up to now, each individual library kind of chooses their own collection of what they want to order and things like that. We've centralized that. That's going to save about $4 million. And so it's not insignificant. And so I just want to, again, and Pam will join me on this, shout out to Lisa. She's done a great job of working through this process, and we're going to have a successful levy because people love libraries. And we are showing that we are maintaining efficiencies on this and working hard to keep our libraries vibrant. So thank you, Lisa.
Comment, really. Great job, Lisa. I don't know you, but I know this is tough work, and all the libraries, there's a lot of passion around it. My granddaughter volunteers at Brookwood Library. She loves it. She's 16. And my only comment is, people love libraries, and you have a great volunteer force there. And so I think it's also encouraging to see how you can use all those volunteers to take over some of the things that we can't do with paid staff or other ways, because I know they're passionate and they love what they do. It's kind of like I volunteered at OHS, and every time we had a recognition library, they tell us how many paid staff they didn't have to do because they had this wrath of 1,500 volunteers helping walk the dogs and do everything that we do. So just keep thinking about those volunteers because they love what they're doing, and they maybe could do more and help supplement some of the things we can't no longer fund from a county perspective. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on library? Jason. Commissioner Snyder.
And I looked for this information. Maybe I missed it, but I've seen this now a couple times on the digital collection. The demand far outpacing the increase that we're planning. In my mind, I assume that just means we have fewer of them to allow people to use, and therefore people are just waiting longer. That is there anything else to that than? And I mean, that's going to continue to get worse if demand is annually increasing by 25% compounded, and we're increasing our spend in the 5% range. Is there anything more to this that I'm missing?
I think that is the main issue and concern, and I know I've experienced it when I've ordered digital books that there's two available and you have to wait your turn. So I think that is one of the concerns with not being able to fund it at the growth rate, is that there will be longer waits and potentially more digital books that people are waiting for, especially the really popular bestsellers.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on the library? Sig?
Yeah. To the commissioner's comment about the centralization of the collections. Ms. Kyle, would you have any comment or offer information on how that process of centralization will take place and be implemented?
Sure, and thank you, Commissioner Willie, for bringing that up, because it is a real it's a real benefit to the system. And so what I can say is that in that funding and governance process, we are working through the specifics of how that will work, but we're committed to making sure that, because right now individual libraries get to control or choose what that collection looks like, and so we are working through a process with them to specifically figure out how that will work efficiently. So I don't have specifics yet.
I'd like to just make a quick comment there too. This will save us in labor-related costs, FTEs, but the implementation will be over time that should allow for attrition to take care of those FTEs. So it's been really well thought out, and from a human perspective as well as a financial perspective.
Anything else on libraries? That change from individual to centralized is a big change, so I want to recognize that that will be a process.
Yes.
Change is not easy. All right, moving on to
Parks.
Parks.
Actually, this is just a fun moment for me.
Fun?
This is the last moment that Marnie's going to be up here today.
Wow, Miss Marnie.
And Aaron just completed, so.
She's bailing on you.
I know. The presentations are going to be a little more blah now.
She tried to leave earlier.
Thank you, Marnie. Nice job. All right, Miss
Okay.
Ann. Parks.
Parks. The Parks Division manages more than 2,500 acres of parkland and provides recreation programming facilities and amenities for the public's enjoyment while enhancing the community health and climate resilience efforts of Washington County. This land is made up of 3 locations: Scoggins, Eagle Landing, and Metzger Park. Supported by active Washington County's Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, a citizen representation group appointed by Washington County Board of Commissioners. Scoggins Valley Park welcomed approximately 980,000 people this past year and is currently focusing on ADA access with a new paved loop path at Metzger, finishing a pier at Scoggins which accommodates wheelchairs, and a planned ADA boat launch for kayakers who use mobility assistance devices.
Wait,
Yes.
I can't help myself.
Okay. Let's go back.
Because with the accomplishments, those are the accomplishments of just this last year, but the combined accomplishments from last year and this year from our staff has been securing $8 million total to invest in the visitor center and campground projects at Scoggins Valley Park, which is huge. Just huge. So
you ruined one of my next slide speaking points, but I'm going with
excited.
it. It was 2025. No, I appreciate that, and I actually really appreciate it came from you. It is. It's
8
been
million's
a
a
really
big
big
number.
deal. 8 million's a big number, and that does not include any general fund dollars. So I just want to call out again that as we're doing these major projects, both the visitor center and the campground, those are not using general fund dollars at this time.
Okay.
Next slide. No, please don't. I actually loved it so much. Do it more. Today, only 52% of the parks budget is funded outside of the general fund by sales of parking passes, facility and equipment rentals, recreation programming, permit fees, state revenue share of the recreation vehicle license fees, and matching grants from the Bureau of Reclamation for operations and maintenance. Parks is actively growing their recreation program by focusing operations on equipment rentals, social media campaigns to draw visitors, and partnerships with groups such as Explorer Tualatin Valley, Oregon State Marine Board, and the State of Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. This is actually one place where I do just want to add one other partner that's been critical, which has been the Sheriff's Office. Yesterday you heard Aaron speak about the Marine Patrol. They're an active part of keeping people safe, and one of the things that we have found is when our staffing numbers go down at this park, what we also see is some of the negative interactions with the public go up because so much of the activities are safety related. Last year we did have an individual die off of one of the piers. It was not a great day. The reservoir also has acted as a safety net when we've had fires in the region, and that happened last year as well. The Bureau of Reclamation continues to increase their support for O&M each year in both ongoing and predictable contributions and unexpected one-time contributions, as we saw this last year. In fiscal year 25-26, the annual contribution is expected to be $185,000, representing a 40% increase in planned contributions from BOR. I just want to call out, Carl is actually part of why that's happened. He's been having conversations to try and find ways to reduce the dependency on the general fund for the parks team. And so when he went back last year to talk to them about the visitor center, he reminded them of what percentage they were paying of the operations of the park and asked them to increase that contribution. That is now growing through the end of this current relationship contract. There is projected revenue increases from the Campground Visitor Center that I just want to call out here. So early consultant forecasts for campground revenues predict about $1.2 million in the first year and $1.4 million by year 4. Forecasts for the Visitor Center are less confident due to the need to downsize facility to meet the available funding. However, they start at about $270,000 in year 1 and $509,000 by year 4. We are in the process of doing a revenue forecast with Eco Northwest to try and further understand how we can reduce the general fund dependency for Scoggins and Eagle Landing in particular. And that work is expected to be updated to the board later this year. In order to meet the reductions that we requested, we are removing or reducing some of the seasonal employee hours and recreation programming budget. Carl is forever equipped with immeasurable amount of time to go look for dollars outside of government. It's amazing. He finds money all the time. And in this case, we actually had an event this weekend, which is our fishing tournament, which was supposed to be canceled based on these program cuts. He was able to privately fundraise for that, and the tournament was able to continue. And then we've already spoken about the visitor center and about the campgrounds, but I really appreciate the chair speaking a little bit to the tenacity of that team and finding outside funds to pay for those amenities.
Can I just add on to that? So one would question, when we're making these cuts, why are we building a visitor center or a campground? So in 2019, I believe it was, the county had entered into a federal grant agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation, which committed us to building a campground and a visitor center with required matches that we needed to secure. As you know, within the last 5 years, our general fund has been stressed, and so interim assistant county administrator at the time, Rachel Fuller, had actively worked with BOR to renegotiate that agreement. We actually, at that point in time, were trying to get out of the agreement. BOR said, nope, you sign this, you need to perform, and you need to construct a visitor center and a campground. However, we will extend the timeline of the agreement to give you more time. So I want to just kind of provide that context for you in this general fund conversation. There's huge risk of not meeting the requirements of that grant. We could put the county at risk for all other federal grants as well by not meeting that grant agreement.
Once you say yes, you got to go for it.
Yeah. So as a county, we have instituted and are continuing to improve our grants and contracting process. That what had happened at that point would not happen today here at Washington.
More scrutiny of it.
Yes, and if we are committing ourselves to funding something in an agreement, we need to be able to identify what those funds are and build them within our financial plan.
Good idea.
And if I could commend Ms. Angie, because she learned of this in no later than 2021, but it's taking until this proposed fiscal year, or with ARPA funds last year, this current fiscal year, to hire someone to do that work.
Wow.
She's been really diligent on this.
Yeah, the Trojan horse, what they give, they can take away.
Well, and the grants position has just been hard for us to secure as well. So that's part of why this grants position has been so critical in our finance department. As a reminder, that grants position is using the federal ARPA dollars to help us learn from these experiences. This is another place where having the right process would have helped us a lot.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Laird.
Yeah, just one comment. So although the overall reduction was 4%, we did transfer for the Parks Operation Fund 433, twice what we had last year. So it went from 749 to 1.5 million. And so the comment about doing the, and there was a discussion in here about the revenues are, seasonal, so they're very hard. They're not consistent.
They fluctuate.
They fluctuate, thank you.
You're
'cause
welcome.
They're seasonal and they fluctuate. And they're looking for a more sustained, stable funding. And you made that mention. What exactly, can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because this is a 50% raise in our general fund dollars this year. We got this $8 million campground project going forward, and we don't want to get stuck with, oops, bad seasonal year, nobody's coming. We need the general fund to double up again.
I think I can answer that in 3 different ways, so bear with me. The first is that the visitor center, when we talk about the visitor center, the goal has been to have it available for things like weddings and other occurrences that take place across the year, so that it becomes regular uses of a site. Right now, parks are very seasonal. Summers are really high, winters are much lower. This gives us something that carries that across the year. The second piece is campgrounds are a known quantity and easier to predict. And in Oregon, we have a lot of trend lines that we can see across the state that allow us to have more predictability in what the usage is going to be and being able to build those into our budget. The final piece of this is probably less helpful, but government services are often in existence because you don't make a lot of money doing them for profit. And so in this case, I can't guarantee that this is ever going to be without general fund. What we've been talking to our partners about within the county when we talk about this revenue solution that we're looking at is that historically the general fund was a way to catch things when they were falling if there was an unforeseen circumstance in another fund. And an example of that was 20 years ago when the sheriff's levy did not pass. The county's general fund carried for 2 years while a second levy was taken out and corrections were made in the levy, and they were able to pick it up and move it forward. I think there is always a chance, no matter how well we do, that there will be an unforeseen circumstance. A fire happens in a park, and suddenly the county is back to having to support something with general fund for a period of time. And I just don't want this to come across as a promise or a guarantee that we'll ever be able to fully extract.
And I think the ability for the general fund to be the catch-all and be there to support when those things happen is really lessened.
It has.
Our ability to do that with general fund and the contingency. And yeah, we can push through for another 2 years and take you over where you get back up. It's not there anymore, as far as I can tell.
It's really not, and
So
that's actually
hard to count on that.
We can't count on it.
Yeah.
So as we're talking about these revenues, one of the things we're trying to build in is more of that capacity so that future county can actually carry when there's a problem. But right now, every time we have a crisis, we have a real crisis. There's not a way for us to solve it. And that is causing even bigger issues than just what we see every day today in the general fund.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we're into the home stretch.
Oh, you hope. We're getting there.
Okay.
Metzger Park. This one I'm actually going to really short. 7-acre park, urbanized, offers play structures, sports courts, open lawn, natural areas. And the Board of County Commissioners annually approves Metzger Park Local Improvement District Maximum Assessment. However, at this point, this park does not receive general funds. And that was work done by my predecessor actually and completed this past year. The assessment for the district will continue to be evaluated and adjusted as needed to cover the costs of operations and service delivery due to annual increases in personnel services and the cost allocation plan. That the district will be raised as appropriate to meet these financial demands this year. Any questions on Metzger? Okay, this one's John. Welcome to the table, John.
Welcome.
You're going to have a lot of time with John now for the rest of the day.
No, not so much. Not so much.
I'm going to start out just to get warmed up with TLT.
Can I actually just do a time
Yeah.
check? So we were slotted to have lunch at 12:15. Do you want to take your break now or?
After this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be right after TLT, so this is fine.
Okay.
We can totally wait. You want us to go?
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. Lunch is
Got
there,
it.
but we can wait you get 5 minutes.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe it's going to work.
I think we're almost
there
done.
it goes.
Let's
right.
just finish this.
So, transient lodging tax is one of the fiscal entities, and it falls under finance, and so that's why I'm working through these, and I'm learning things being in this position. So, the transient lodging tax accounts for the tax which is collected from lodging guests, daily, weekly renters at hotels, motels, and other lodging establishments. Tax was created in 1972. In 2006, the tax rate within Washington County was increased to 9%. Of the total tax collected, 5% is returned to the lodging operators, online travel companies, and Airbnb as a service fee for the collection expenses. And the balance of the tax is distributed according to municipal code per a formula. That formula works out to about 11% for Washington County Fair and promotion of tourism, maintenance, operations of the fairgrounds, and 33% for promotion of tourism or tourism-related facilities. Of that amount, 26% goes to Washington County Tourism, which is worked through Explore Tualatin Valley through a contract agreement, and 7% supports the Event Center, which pays for debt service on the bond for that center.
That's Wingspan, just for everyone.
The remaining is distributed 28% to the cities and 28% to the county. TLT revenue has been increasing since COVID, but it's beginning to flatten. And we think part of the reason is the reduced corporate travel within some of our large corporations, reducing staff. And so in this budget, we're projecting revenues to remain flat and tracking that closely throughout the year. On transit initiatives, in March of this year, the agreement with Explore Tualatin Valley for promoting tourism in Washington County was renewed. This new agreement caps the amount of tourism funding in increments each year through the term of the agreement. So it gives about a 3% increase per year to that agreement, but allows us to use TLT dollars promoting tourism with an agreement we had with the city of Hillsborough and building a new stadium for the Hillsborough Hops. The county had committed to $8 million toward the project. I would note that other amounts going toward that project, $82 million by the Hops, City of Hillsborough, $18 million, State Legislature, $15 million, and Explore Tualatin Valley, $2 million to make up the entirety of that project. Under our agreement with Hillsborough, we are to pay $8 million in full on or before 30 June of 27. And because we will not have the revenue in TLT to meet the timeline, we're programming to make payments from the SIP funding, I'll talk about later, and we'll pay back SIP from TLT revenue over a 10-year period. You'll see that reflected in the proposal in the SIP that I talk about. And lastly, just to highlight the goals and initiatives to promote tourism and support the fair and fairgrounds operations.
I also just want to add, we are, it notes up there the March 4th, 2025 agreement. We are in the process of further updating that agreement with an amendment that will allow for us to have clearer definitions about the roles and responsibilities between ETV and the county on especially our marketing for Wingspan and the fairgrounds.
All right, Jeff.
Question. I saw the Explore Tualatin Valley listed as getting $4 million from the TLT, and was reading some of the information in the budget book. And there's this memorandum of understanding or agreement in place. Is that entire $4 million required, or is there some of it discretionary for how much of the allocation of TLT is going to Explore Tualatin Valley? To me, it just seems like a lot of money going to it, and I love the idea of promoting tourism and all that. But when we're trying to find dollars everywhere, $4 million to promote tourism seems maybe a bit high. I just want to know how much of that's contractually committed and how much of that is discretionary.
The distribution spread was actually approved by the voters, so we need to stay within that formula. I just want to applaud and lift up ETV for their contract renewal process and taking on within their contract sales and marketing, as Ms. Ober had spoke to at Wingspan Westside comments. So I think we're maximizing that those dollars, but it was approved by voters what the split would be.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that money can't just be, it can't be out, it's got to be used for tourism, like heads in beds kind of work.
To Jason's point, then there's state law that's actually connected to it, so.
Lots of rules. All right. So, shall we go ahead and take our break? I think we're ready. Lunch till 1.
We only got a 10-minute break.
You have to hang out with me again, I'm sorry.
All right.
But we
So
get
I'm gonna
out
go-
earlier in the day if we do.
Yeah, but instead of 15, let's go till, what is it, 12:45? And we'll come back and we'll get going again. How about that? 12:45, come back. All right, break, working lunch coming. 12:45. Is it? Okay. So we're going to continue on with Westside Commons?
Westside Commons.
Westside Commons and County Fair Complex with our friend Ann. Miss Ann.
Thank you so much. Westside Commons, formerly known as the Fair Complex and Fairgrounds, home of the Wingspan Event and Conference Center, also called Wingspan throughout this presentation, and the annual Washington County Fair, is a multi-use campus that is dedicated to serving the entire community by hosting and producing, bring some of the utilities onto the site that otherwise have been a little lacking, especially on the what direction is that? Would that be the west side of the?
That's on the south side.
South side, thank you.
The ball fields are.
Yeah. So on the south side of the facility. So that would allow for more connections than we've had previously. Some of the discussions have been that the pipes they just have to be larger, the ampage has to be higher. There's just some thoughts that go into how we construct everything in a way that allows for the maximum use. And it's a great idea, and I'll pass it along.
All right, we ready to move on? Westside Commons, moving on.
All right, so I get to bring us home with the non-departmental requirements, and then non-operating requirements, I'll cover that. But in the non-departmental funds, this accounts for miscellaneous expenditures not attributable to a department, as well as general fund reserves. There are no FTE in the non-departmental organizations. The non-departmental consists of 3 budget organizations, you can see on the chart. The non-departmental, the first line, accounts for memberships and services provided by other organizations and contributions to other agencies. And the table on 378 identifies expenditures on dues to organizations the county board participates in. These costs have been transferred to the County Board of Commissioners Fund 514 on page 65. You can see that. Community Network is partners with various organizations to address community needs. And then contingency increased this year as a result of reducing the general fund transfer to MISTIP and WCCLS, which I'll explain more on a later slide.
So I'm going to just jump in here for a quick minute. In the past, we funded a number of things, as John mentioned, out of this fund. At this point, the last one is our 211 number. This is receiving a decrease this year compared to last year. And in conversations that we've had with the 211 information line, it is expected that this cost is likely to go away in the next budget. So they've been made aware of that. We didn't want to just stop those funds without having longer conversations with them. But that is the expected next step.
And that's for housing.
This is actually it's a community call-in number, so it allows for individuals to call and get information about housing, human services, but also just general services of any agency in the area. Okay. 211 exists outside of the county. It is not a county service. It has been a commitment that we've made in the past to support them.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
No.
Oh, yes, Jeff?
Can we go back one slide to the contingency? So the $45 million contingency that we have here, I see the increase year over year largely due to of $10 million or 30%, largely due to not transferring the funds to WCCLS and the misstep programs. Is that $45 million, and I know there's probably some requirements of how much we have to have in contingency for our bonds and other government reasons. How much of that $45 million is actually cash revenue that we earn from tax receipts that's sitting in our reserves as cash reserves versus just spreadsheet numbers on a piece of paper? I'm just trying to understand, is that really a true contingency?
It is property tax money coming in, yes.
Yes.
Held in contingency, yes.
Okay. And so maybe you could describe for us how that money gets allocated, if at all?
Right, so if there's a requirement that comes up during the year, that can't be funded within the program, it comes back in for a supplemental request and approved by the board for use.
And is that the supplemental budget?
Process, yeah.
Okay.
We do 3 of those per year, and they do 1 around the same time we adopt the budget, and then 2 at 2 other points, equally spaced in the year.
Okay. Can you describe more about what is the minimum requirement that we have to have in contingency?
Yeah, I'm going to cover that here in a couple slides. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, here
On
we
this
go.
slide.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's all right. No,
I'll be back. All right,
gotta-
thank you, Ann.
I'm going to stick to my script a little bit, but if you have questions after, please ask. So the Organization for Contingency covers, houses the general fund contingency. It relies on property taxes received beginning November of each year. A primary purpose of the general fund contingency is to ensure cash is available for the first 4 months of the fiscal year until taxes are received. Our policy 405, which is in the book, budget contingency and reserves, establishes a target of 4/12 or 33% as contingency for the general fund. In meeting the cash flow requirements, in addition to meeting cash flow requirements, the contingency also serves to preserve our bond rating, accommodates cyclical variations in revenues, and provides for unanticipated, intermittent, or future planned expenditures. As we discussed yesterday, contingency is a non-spendable account that may be assessed during the fiscal year to transfer appropriations to a spendable account when there is a need for such appropriations and is approved by the Board of Commissioners. Contingency is calculated based on the estimated property tax revenue as described above, net of property tax collected for dedicated MISTIP and WCCLS transfers. And so in this case, the contingency works out to about $45.7 million for this fiscal year coming up. That's on contingency. Did you have other questions on contingency? Or? Are we at policy? Say again? Are we at the policy? Would you like to talk about the policy? Yeah, oh, are we at the policy? Yes, we are at the policy, right. So the actual calculation for contingency, and this will be answered in your question, is $45,712,271. We're just 0.03% above that, based on how we did the calculations when we did the final amount. So it's pretty close.
So I just have to comment, I mean, when we were going through budget balancing, when we finally got to that number of contingency, we were like, oh, we did it. So, Melissa, I appreciate you raising that, and we were glad we were able to maintain the minimum in this budget.
All right, anything else on contingency? We're there.
Right.
All right. Non-operating
We're
requirements.
going to move into non-operating. So this begins on page 417. Non-operating funds are fiscal entities that account for activities not directly related to operations. This includes debt service, general fund transfers, insurance, which insurance includes liability casualty insurance, healthcare insurance, workers' compensation, unemployment insurance, and life insurance. The miscellaneous category here includes lottery and the PERS and revenue stabilization. And then replacement reserves includes building equipment replacement, fleet replacement, and ITS systems replacement. And then, of course, the last category is the strategic investment program and Gainshare. And I'll talk to these in the coming slides. Starting off with building equipment replacement. So the Building Equipment Replacement Fund is managed by Facilities, Fleet, and Parks Directorate and supports routine like-for-like replacements or modernizations of existing capitalizable equipment and systems. The fund is supported through the cost allocation plan on square footage. The FY 25-26 building replacement projects are listed on the table on page 422. They include fire and security systems, replacement fire panel in the juvenile services building, and an upgrade to the animal shelter fire alarm, roof replacement at the Public Safety Training Center and Service Center East, heating and ventilation control systems at the courthouse, and miscellaneous projects to include elevators, power supply, generators, and an assessment of the cost allocation plan matrix, which is one of the projects facilities are looking at to determine that we're capturing the cost allocation plan or better ways to do it in the future. And I think that's a good project. In general, our reinvestment rate assumes about a 25%, 25-year lifespan of equipment. In the past, there's been a practice of using some of the building equipment replacement dollars to fill funding gaps and large capital projects. And this creates a vulnerability that we will not be able to make major system replacements in a timely fashion. So you'll see later in my discussion, there's a Gainshare transfer to support a reimbursement to the replacement fund. The operating transfers in, you'll see a transfer from Gainshare of $825,000 to return dollars back to the replacement fund. The increase in requirements in this budget is a result of carry forward of incomplete projects still in progress, timing of peak construction for construction projects, in addition to projects intended to prevent interruption to service delivery countywide. Overall, this fund provides for a robust schedule of heating, ventilation, and HVAC maintenance, urgent roof replacements, plumbing restorations, and other building system repairs. Any questions on building equipment replacement?
So the Public Safety Training Center, the PS, is pretty new, so I'm surprised we need a new roof.
It is.
We purchased an existing building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was foreseen that,
That would happen.
yeah.
Okay.
Good question, thank you.
And how long has the Service Center East roof been delayed? I think that's a bigger issue than the other.
I think it is. We can actually get that information
So,
for you. Yeah, okay.
Question on the elevators? Are these the jail elevators?
I think they might be, but
I hope so.
I need to check that. So I was thinking about our discussion yesterday.
We'll add that to the list too, and you'll have to wait and
Jail
see.
elevators.
Yeah, yep.
Catherine's just getting over the trauma.
Yes, I'll be there for that ribbon cutting when it's done.
Nice.
Uninterrupted power supply, sounds like that's an important thing. Yeah. All right.
All right, moving on. Non-operating debt. So we have not issued any new debt since 2016. We currently have 3 funds managing debt service. This section on pages from 424 to 430. I would note on my slide, just a correction, it says Fund 305 is on page 371. It's actually 428. In issuing debt, there are voter-approved bonds, which are funded through property taxes, and bonds issued on full faith and credit of the county, which are approved by the Board of Commissioners through a resolution and order. Just walking through the 3 funds here. Fund 304 is our 2016 general obligation bond, and it pays for debt service on the May 16th voter-approved bond for the emergency communication systems. Annual payments are funded by property tax revenues that are levied each fall, and these bonds will be fully redeemed in fiscal year 35. Fund 306, miscellaneous debt, accounts for payments on various debt and refinancing occurred prior to 2016. This included 2001 misdip refunded, 2013 misdip, and PERS rate collections. The FY26 payment of $6 million is funded by the general fund. The bonds will be fully redeemed in this next budget year. The last one, Fund 305, is our full faith and credit bond issued in December 16. Proceeds are being used to provide for capital projects to Washington County facilities, the building of the event center, and major street transportation improvement projects. An FY26 payment of the $16 million is funded by a combination of beginning fund balance, general fund, and the transient lodging taxes. And the Gainshare portion of the payments were completed this fiscal year. These bonds are fully redeemed in fiscal year 32.
And investors love to buy them.
Yes, well, speaking of that, we are in the process of issuing new debt. Full faith and credit bond, misdip projects. A new fund will be established for this debt once the bond issue and debt payments are determined, and so it will be a different fund, and I'll come back to the board for that. Jeff has asked some very good questions on bonds in the Q&A. I'll just answer a couple of those. Question was, how did we determine $150 million in bond sales? Why was that number? And so Land Use and Transportation determined the bond amount based on the ability to complete the work. Under the bond measure, 85% of the funds have to be spent in the first 3 years. And so that's about the right size chunk in order to do those projects. You asked if we determined the bond capacity of the county. And state statute limits the amount of general obligation debt a government entity may issue up to 2% of its total real market valuation. And we capture this every year in our annual comprehensive financial report. The report from FY24 has that debt limitation for the county about $3.8 billion if we leveraged all the debt that so we're in very good shape on debt at this point. And yes, we hired a bond consulting firm. We do have counsel under contract with Hawkins, Delafield, and Wood. And we also have an investment counsel with Piper and Sandler. They're helping us through the process of the bonds.
Can I just add to that too? On Tuesday this week, the board had its first discussion on revenue and new revenue sources. Bonding is revenue that could be used for, such as John had spoke to, transportation projects or facility projects. So as part of that revenue study and analysis, bonding will be one of those tools that we will be examining. And we do have a contract in place with Marina and Company, who is a well-known financial consultant company who will be working with us and the board through that process.
Chair, can I speak?
Yes, please do.
So thank you, John, for answering a lot of those questions. You mentioned the capacity of the county is up to $3.8 billion. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
For bond capacity. What is the total amount of remaining debt today? Do you know that?
Page 499.
Oh.
I want to give a shout out to the summary schedules tab.
Thanks.
489 and 499 talk about indebtedness. And 499 answers your exact question, $151,133,530.
That's it.
Thank you.
As of what date? As of July 1, 2025.
Thank you, Chair Harrington, for that. I knew it was over 116 million. That was just the misstep portion.
Really, you gotta love the summary schedule section. It's awesome.
Got to get to the end.
Right.
So I appreciate that the county's been conservative and not putting ourselves in a position of not being able to service our too much debt, and that's great. And I think it's great that we have a financial report coming from Marina and Company, because that was a concern I had of maybe submitting a budget amendment to fund a consultant. So I'm glad to hear that there is a consultant. Do we feel like the county finance team is appropriately staffed to manage all the CapEx requirements and managing the debt capacity and debt service? And the reason I'm asking is, prior to joining this budget committee, I was on the Hillsborough School District Citizen Bond Committee for the $400 million bond measure that was passed in 2017. And then we had bond proceeds from a premium on the bond sale of $80 million. So almost $500 million of bond proceed dollars were put to work for CapEx dollars. And they had a 4-person staff managing the program. They took the former CFO and made him the chief capital officer of the Hillsborough School District to manage this. It was during a 5-year run to manage the program. Luckily, because of one of the silver linings of COVID was that schools were closed and they could get all the work done while there weren't students around. And I'm raising the question because we might see a lot of recommendations from this Marina and Company, and it might be a good way for us to manage all of the opportunity for us with debt capacity to have somebody dedicated to managing the oversight of spending of the bond proceeds.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment. I mean, as we determine our future revenue stream and work, that may be something we need to look at as in-house capability versus using consultants or other sources to do that.
I'm going to actually be more direct. Thank you for being so kind. We are at critical levels of staffing and finance. So if we are going to take on any type of new revenue sources or bonding, we have to staff appropriately because our fiduciary responsibility cannot suffer, because that's also connected to public trust with measures. So through this analysis, how would we support any type of revenue conversation would have to be part of that analysis.
Right. So maybe what we could consider also, and I'll put it out there for a future commissioner meeting, is that a lot of us on the budget committee would be happy to participate in a year-round service to the community and help with analyzing information that comes into the board or the commissioners about revenue sources, the bond consultant report, preparing for a revenue bond, because we know that how important it is to, get every dollar we can out of our budget. So if we can get more sources of revenue and get more, diverse body of people to help with that, I think some of us on the budget committee would be willing to participate year-round on that.
And Jeff, it sounds like you very specifically would be willing to help, and I just want to call out that we will be taking you up on that help. My background I've done is several bonds over the course of my career, and I also just want to call out one of the key components of bond expenditures is making sure that you do expend them within the time period, the 3 years allocated. With this new debt issuance, just because I know you care, we do have a plan that is very clear for reaching the 85% in the first 3 years through the LUT bonds, and it is something that we have been paying attention to as a team. So you're right to call us on it, and I appreciate you doing it, and please keep watching if you see other holes and gaps.
Thank you. And yes, I'm willing to participate on a bond committee or whatever you want to organize. But it's just, in my years of fiscal responsibility in the private sector, in finance and accounting roles, you want to have a budget, an operating budget separate from your capital budget, and you want to match the sources of funding with the time period of the use of the assets. So having long-term bonds to fund long-term capital improvements is the right approach. So I'm appreciative of not using general funds as much to pay for building of new assets and capabilities that have 20, 30-year lives.
100%. And the revenue discussion will be another great place for you to be engaging. Thank you. I really...
Don't we wish? All right. Next. We're going to keep going.
We're going to keep going.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go, baby. We're out of here, too.
Let's go.
Love this. Keep it up.
All right. Yes, we talked a bit about fleet. This is the Fleet Replacement Fund.
Woo-hoo.
Our county fleet department manages a fleet of 766 vehicles.
Wow.
This includes everything the county owns to provide services to the public. Patrol vehicles for the sheriff's office, heavy equipment for land use and transportation, vehicles supporting community corrections, field services that we also talked about. The average life of most vehicles is 12 years or 125,000 miles. And the average life for a patrol vehicle is 5 years or 95,000 miles. Vehicles are sold at auction when they have reached the end of their useful life, and proceeds are used for the replacement vehicle purchases. The table beginning on page 433 lists all the vehicles proposed for procurement in this budget. You'll see there are 104 replacement vehicles, and these are funded through the Fleet Replacement Fund, this fund. Fleet collects replacement fund dollars from the departments based on the vehicles throughout the year, and so that money goes into a fund and supports the replacement for future vehicles. There are 17 new vehicles in the list. They're funded by special funds. There are no new vehicles budgeted to the general fund. The budget there includes the 5 vehicles for community corrections, includes 5 vehicles for land use and transportation, supporting roadway services, drainage operations, roadway surface traffic maintenance, and vegetation management. There are 3 patrol vehicles for the sheriff's office and the district patrol, and 2 for the fair complex, which Ann just talked about, the scissor lift and the other vehicle.
RTV.
Yes. On trends, there is a long lead time from order to delivery for vehicles. New regulatory requirements are impacting large diesel truck availability. And yes, vehicle and equipment costs are rising.
I only came up or stayed up here to talk about the fact that we really we're not expecting the tariff hits that some of you have expressed concerns with in your questions, because we do so much pre-purchasing of equipment and of pieces and parts. We also, a lot of the vehicles we do purchase are not currently within the tariff structure. So we'll see what happens over the course of the next year, but right now there is not a ton of concern out of our fleet team.
Comments, questions, concerns?
I would just say that I assume that's going to be continually evaluated because it may not have an impact this year.
Right.
But you're not going to have as many parts next year as you do on the shelves this year. And many of those are not produced. I just think there will be impacts. I assume that will be monitored, and there may be more impacts in the future.
Correct. And I, again, will just call out the incredible system that Angel has created in our fleet structure for tracking all of those items. I really appreciate how he does it and his continual vigilance around making sure that we are as prepared as possible.
All right. Fleet replacement, moving on, ready? All right, moving on.
Moving on. General fund transfers, we talked about a few of these in the housing and others, but this fund accounts for transfers to special funds, such as community corrections, human services, aging services, debt service, and capital projects. The fund also receives all of the discretionary revenues available for allocation by Washington County Board of Commissioners, including property taxes, interest earnings, indirect cost charge receipts, liquor and cigarette tax distributions, and timber receipts. We did discuss timber receipts yesterday. We're looking for more information for Commissioner Willie on that. But the budget projects for timber receipts 16% decrease in revenues in the coming budget. Of the overall discretionary revenue sources available, there's $266.9 million, so it's 5% more than this current fiscal year. I'll just kind of go through the categories that you see on the slide. The charges for services. The main thing there is recording division fees. In fines and forfeitures, there's court surcharges and circuit court fines. Intergovernmental revenues include things such as amusement devices tax, cigarette tax, liquor revenue, marijuana tax, and timber receipts. License and permits includes cable television franchise fees and liquor licenses. Miscellaneous is investment interest, and miscellaneous revenue operating and reimbursement of expenses operating. The operating transfers in, that large part there is the strategic investment program, and also with the closure of the West Slope Library Fund, there's a transfer in from that fund. And lastly, the current property tax, real property tax transfer into this fund. So that's the overview. The table I handed out yesterday kind of goes through each of the different transfers, and I'll just highlight a few of those here. Let's see, in general, when special funds require matching funds for grants, they are supported in this general fund transfer program. The amounts can vary year to year depending on the grant activity. On this slide, you can see the transfer of the Board of Commissioner dues previously funded in the non-departmental. The community corrections transfer is reduced based on the 13% reduction, eliminating 4.7 vacant positions in the general fund reductions. And the court entrance security is coordinated between the sheriff's office and the court administrator. It does not have a revenue source to fully fund the contracted security requirements. And the requirements we anticipate are going to increase with the opening of the new courtroom and the law enforcement center. So next year, these general fund transfer for that may need to go up. And then health and human services housing grants are in line with grant awards that we had talked about earlier.
Check out page 439-1. That was a replacement page for that chart.
Yes, thank you.
Good job.
All right, so big numbers. Everybody comfortable with what they're looking at? Comments, questions, concerns? Gosh, John, you're doing good.
Okay.
Woo! Keep rolling there, sir.
The highlights on these next ones. So land use and transportation transfers reduced in the general fund reductions, the 17%. And that was a 12.7 thousand. I think we did talk about earlier as well. Under fleets, facilities, fleet, and parks increased to offset the cost allocation plan and personnel service costs in Fund 433. That fund was established, an enterprise fund in this year, FY '25. Under capital projects, continuation of meeting new and existing capital requests, as well as funding to address the completion of tenant improvement intended to provide space allocation for the district's attorney's office. And then the final thing there is the MISTIP and WCCLS, 17% decrease, but based on the proposed the base budget, you can see here it was reflected as a 13% decrease from last year's, the current year amount. And with that, any questions on general fund transfers?
Lots of numbers.
I know we do have questions in our Q&A, so.
I bet you do. Okay, so general fund transfers. Anything for the good of the order? Hearing none, we're moving on.
All right.
Insurance, my
Yes,
favorite topic.
this is a very important topic, and one that's managed by HR, stellar HR, Lisa Tatchett and her crew, and our risk manager, Terry Johnson. And so I'm pinch hitting for discussion on this, and hopefully can answer your questions. Starting with the Liability Casualty Insurance Fund. It was established to pay claims, legal fees, and adjustment services for county's self-insurance program. And this is funded through the cost allocation plan. Premiums for the county's property insurance, bonds, and excess general liability are paid out of this fund. Estimates are based on actuarial reports, which are reviewed by finance and HR risk management, which are very enlightening numbers, having gone through that process this year. The reports project the losses to be $2 million higher than anticipated, so some adjustments were made. Of note, you will know large changes in the requirements from year to year. Claims can be paid out over multiple years, and beginning fund balance increases based on prior years when we had unexpected claim losses. So we did start a practice, there has been a practice started to try to build up additional fund balance to take care of those variances when we have more expenditures in a single year.
Is that the 284%?
I believe I don't have my book open, but yes. Some of the fund balance in insurance, we're going to look at those. Some have been building up, and when we do adjust the rates, it'll be affected in the cap cost for the next year for the departments. This fiscal year, we did experience several large settlements that hit earlier than anticipated. And just for the cost plan methodology for this account, we look at general liability. It's distributed based on the claims history. We look at real property based on square footage per program, and inland marine and auto liability is distributed based on the mileage tracked of the fleet and percentage of miles driven. So that's the methodology in the cost plan to distribute these costs in the liability casualty insurance fund. On the workers' compensation fund, that pays for costs, premiums, administrative charges, and payroll taxes for those claims incurred during the fiscal year and continuing liability resulting from claims occurring in previous years. So claim payments, third-party administrator claim handling fees, and managed care organization fees. There is some good news in this one. Actual incurred claim development in the last 12 months is about $700,000 less than projected. And the average number of claims a year is trending down in workers' compensation. And we think some of the contributing factors there are improved claim handling practices with third-party administrator, mitigated severity of claims. So we've had the lowest rate in 5 years, and establishing of clear light-duty parameters. And I know the sheriff's office has done a lot. I was over there to try to promote healthy work processes and things like that to have people come back to work healthy.
So that's also a reason we are looking forward to completion of job descriptions so that we can more clearly identify light duty requirements. It actually connects to this conversation. So it'll be very helpful.
I'm going to move on to healthcare insurance, which is the most expensive piece of insurance that most people pay, I guess. It pays administrative and claims costs associated with the medical, dental, and vision insurance plans, the wellness program,
Bless you.
employee assistance, and flexible spending accounts for dependent care and health expenses. It includes insurance premiums. We pay for Providence, Kaiser, VSP, and Delta Dental. It also incorporates professional services associated with the program. So we have our insurance broker support. We have Canopy, which is our employee assistance program, Personify, or Virgin Pulse, which was our wellness platform, and VIVA and COBRA administration. Current policy year reflects a 10% increase in the first half of FY 25-26, but the anticipated increase at least 15% in calendar year 26. So the medical premiums on a calendar year, and it adjusts at mid-year. We have to take that into account when we're working the budgets. So for the second half of FY 25-26, we're looking at a 12% increase in premiums. These will be, I'll get to that in a minute. Cost drivers, pharmacy, high claim costs, higher cost of labor, mandated benefits. So increased trending factor for healthcare providers include inflation and cost of services and goods. Claims losses are high in both plans. The main drivers there are high cost claims and specialty drugs. Potential for premium to increase to be greater than the estimated 15% for the policy year, calendar year 26. I do want to shout out to our HR team, Debbie Watkins, that will consider implementing plan changes to help keep costs down in the next calendar year. There was an employee survey that is going out 2 years in a row to look at what the employees want and try to make the best plans that meet our needs to be fiscally responsible and also make good plans for our employees. Some of the good news in healthcare support for employees, there's high utilization of the employee assistance program, Canopy. Debbie Watkins has helped with aggressive negotiation and positive relationship with carriers to mitigate the risk of increases. And we also, of course, have the Healthiest Employer Award that we've received, I think, a couple years in a row. So some good things going on with healthcare insurance.
So I actually want to celebrate a 10% increase in health insurance.
Only
for this
10%.
Like, is actually a huge accomplishment by our team to negotiate that. Also, the prior year decision of adding an additional high deductible plan has helped us mitigate cost. I also want to highlight just Debbie Watkins' work of transitioning our EAP assistance to Canopy. We were receiving several employee concerns, especially regarding mental health support through our EAP services. So through Canopy to have now high utilization. And also sometimes I measure things by if we're not getting complaints, that's also good. But I think that's a huge, it not only is it supporting employees, it's also maintaining our workforce and keeping our employees at work. So it's great.
And you still use Virgin Pulse? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's called Personify now. So it's,
Personify, yeah. Okay.
all right, two more insurance funds. Life Insurance Fund was established to collect funds from departments for life and long-term disability insurance, and in turn pays all life and long-term disability insurance premiums for insurance to county employees. There is an increase in the resources in this fund, and that's one area that we're also looking at. I think some funds had transferred in from a different fund into there, but it's relatively stable. Likewise, with the Unemployment Insurance Fund, it was established to collect funds from departments for unemployment insurance and in turn pay unemployment claims. In this budget, we did increase the unemployment insurance in anticipation of potential layoffs upcoming. So, any questions on insurance?
long-term disability same as long-term care insurance, or are those two different?
I think there might be two different things.
Should be two different ones.
Yeah.
On the job?
Yeah, if I,
If you get injured and.
yeah.
For any reason.
Okay, insurance. We spend a lot of money on it. All right, keeps us financially stable.
It does.
We love insurance. All right, next.
All right. Moving on, this is ITS Replacement Fund. It funds systematic replacement of key information technology assets. So this is a new funding model created through collective efforts of county leadership and departments to provide sustainable financial resources to existing ITS replacement program. It will fund $1.4 million in annual revenues with a 5% annual inflationary increase through the county's cost allocation plan. The funding level is determined based on a 5-year forecast of total replacement needs of critical IT infrastructure and systems, with a goal to build contingency of $1 million over the next 5 years, beginning next FY 26-27. The ITS computer replacement program is calculated based on 2,716 deployed personal computer assets. It provides a 4-year replacement life cycle for laptops and 5-year for desktops. Replacement life cycles for other systems and IT equipment vary, depend on the system and support needs. System replacement programs reflects a conservative forecasting of life cycle maintenance needs of key IT systems, also in 2 functional areas: network access and security, and server and data storage. Questions on IT replacement?
Are we getting any good deals?
I'd like to think we get the best deals we can based on sending out a request for proposal.
All right, that's good. All right,
Yep.
Safe.
All right.
I don't want to spend 10,000 for a hammer.
No, we don't. I don't want the big hammers.
No. All right. Non-operating lottery fund, are we up to that now?
We are.
Okay.
How about that? I was wondering why we were back here. Okay. Nice.
Just wanted to hang out. So the CAO's office is the one managing the lottery fund, which is why I've come back up. And this is my last slide for the day. So we have been seeing pressures, as you know, not just in our general fund, but in other fund locations. And so over the last several years, we've been moving several items into the lottery fund and out of other funds that are using general funds. This is now pinching this budget as well. So I'm saying that here because there are things that we would love to fund that we can't fund. We have moved away from funding local nonprofits and services out of this fund. Those are slowly ending. And at this point, we are starting to increase the funding towards things where we have a liability. So a few slides ago, I talked about the wingspan and the fact that we do not have a capital reserve. There's not a fund that pays for the ongoing maintenance needs of that facility. You will see in this budget a $1.2 million contribution to Wingspan because we need to start making improvements such as the AV systems at that site, and we do not have a funding source otherwise. We have made several other changes. There are reductions in here around, or some shifts around who we are funding. This is where the economic development manager was funded. That position is no longer funded. So though this isn't an actual fund that has personnel in it, the funds do transfer. And this is where our economic development manager position was funded from. Instead, our supplier diversity position for the OAO office is now funded out of this budget, and that has been added. And this is, as a reminder, goes back to our R&O. So this was a way of taking a requirement that has been set by the board and funding it using this alternative source instead of the general fund. We also have done, I said at the beginning that we were reducing contributions to our nonprofit nonprofit partners. The last big one that we have in here is our workforce development pre-apprenticeship construction program. That was at $200,000 this past year, and this year it was reduced by $50,000 to $150,000. And then the other thing that you should just know is that we're trying to shift these dollars towards the internal uses that are needed and otherwise funded by general fund. So that's why you see things moving towards county requirements for our staff and away from outside vendors. What questions do you have?
I have a question.
Yes, please.
The Westside Works paid work for child care program. I don't see it. Am I missing it on the lottery funds chart?
So the Westside Works was an ARPA-funded program.
Right.
For $375,000. It
Right.
would not be in this fund.
Okay, but it's mentioned in the, and you mentioned it on the front page here.
I apologize. That is incorrect. That was not funded this year through these funds because it was an ARPA-funded project, and we said that we would not continue programming that had been ARPA-funded through alternative sources.
Okay, so it is not funded. That I didn't think it was. I was surprised to see it there.
It is not funded. It just shouldn't be on the slide.
Westside Works paid work for childcare program goes away.
Correct.
But I'll also call out, Ann, that on page 454 in the budget book, it does say that continuation of funding for Westside Works paid work for child care program is in the budget book as well.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that we're corrected every place.
We will correct it every place. And what happened is we did an original proposal looking at ways we might be able to fund that using these dollars. And then we had to remove it because it was an ARPA-funded project originally, and we said we weren't going to continue ARPA-funded projects, and also because we had these needs at the wingspan.
Okay. Thank you for
Absolutely.
answering my question.
Which I understand from the explanation here, but it's not explained on 454.
Correct. So I will be making that change in the budget book, and I apologize.
It's okay.
Thank you.
And what staff can do as a follow-up and send to the budget committee is just send the clarification to you so that you can have the clarified language within the budget book.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ann.
The chart is correct.
It is.
Just the verbiage.
Yeah, correct. So we'll do one of those page replacements.
We'll send you an email.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's going to be for Monday then.
We haven't found very many of those in this.
I know. It's been impressive. We can talk a little bit about the Q&As that we're doing and our responses to those. So actually tonight you will receive another set of questions at 5 p.m. We've been working diligently on getting the questions from yesterday answered. I'd say we're at about 80% of the questions that are now answered, and you'll get responses. We'll be doing the same thing again tomorrow night. So questions from today that we now need about 12 hours to respond to, we'll do those tomorrow, and we'll get those out to you by 5 p.m. And then we are also still requesting that by noon tomorrow, if you have amendments that you would like to have staff input on, that we receive those so that we can work on those prior to close of business on Friday and on Monday morning.
I have one more question.
Okay.
I'm ready.
And it's on the
Sorry.
lottery fund page, on page 455, and it's in regard to it's listed here as a Five Oaks Museum Collection Management.
Yes.
And this number does not look like it's consistent with what we heard at our meeting on Tuesday. So I just want to call that out, and I suspect that'll come out back as a supplement.
It's actually, no, it'll stay $161,000. It was me just trying to remember off the cuff last night what the number would be. We will be back to you probably in a couple of months with a supplemental budget that is significantly larger.
Right.
To address the needs of the museum. But for right now, this is the pot of funds we'll use for managing that site while we determine the issues with the building and the items.
Okay, I just wanted to call it out here, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So let me clarify, so that what Commissioner Teresa was talking about, so on page 455, under other organizations, this is the table, Five Oaks Museum Collection Management. And just to kind of maybe decode also for the members of the Budget Committee, Since Five Oaks as a museum has closed, we are working on how the county will handle the collections. We don't have a full plan. The board has not approved the plan. We had a high-level option work session, 10 minutes with the board, scenarios we're looking at. So this is really continuing just the funding level that we had in the budget as kind of just a placeholder. What the board ultimately decides, that then we'll have to determine how we will finance that decision.
And the museum, for everyone's awareness, has closed. It was not a county museum. It was run by a local nonprofit. The nonprofit has ended. We were making a contribution, and so we kept the contribution in here because we are actually the owner of the artifacts, and there was a reverter clause on the building that when they ended, it reverted to us. If we do not run the facility as a museum, it then reverts further to PCC, thank you. And so this is a weird moment in time where all of the issues conflated into the wrong moment, and we're trying to get our arms around what it's going to take to manage the collection.
And I think it's important to comment on the size of the collection. I think that we were not prepared for the magnitude of the collection and complexity with ownerships and different pieces.
We can sell it. We own it. We can sell it.
Well, so we can't sell the facility.
No, the stuff.
The stuff we could sell.
Okay.
Some of it.
That's not a sale.
Still owned, it's on loan.
Some of it is from our native tribes, and so in those cases, there are federal laws that manage those items. There isn't a perfect inventory of what is in the building, which means we're going to have to go through an inventory. It's going to be a significant project, and it's currently a partnership between our facilities team and our A&T team.
And Karen wants her name on the fact that we're willing to sell historical artifacts in Washington County.
Yeah. We can make some money, man. Let's sell it.
Belongs in a museum.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
We'll make the Oregon Historical Society.
We've tried.
Well, you know.
We've called them. Yep.
We always have family things.
Yep.
All right.
Any other questions or comments about? Yes, sir.
Sticking with the lottery fund, just to make sure, under county organizations, community engagement, $212,000, that's the CPO program?
Correct.
Well,
Would you like me to speak to that?
Sure.
Okay. We are, so just so you know, we've received a number of questions around the CPO program and this funding specifically. Those are going to be in tonight's answers. So you will get all of those responses back to us from this evening before you have any deliberations. We, over the last year, have been functioning that office with about 1.5 FTE in order to provide services to our CPOs and our CCI. CPOs are our neighborhood, what are they, community?
Citizen participation
organization. I'm from a city, we call them NDAs. Different.
Yeah, we don't like that word citizen anymore. Yeah.
Community, thank you. So those organizations receive staffing support from the county for things like their meetings and for facilitating some of the requirements out of our land use planning efforts. The current budget is for $350,000. It has largely been unchanging over the years. And we have several things that come out of it. One is staff. One is our leadership program. And then some office incidentals. The leadership program is still contained within this budget.
The civic leadership program.
Civic
Want to make
leadership.
sure we're talking, people understand what we're talking about.
You get to correct me all day.
I'm sorry.
No, I love it.
Sorry.
I mean it. Please keep correcting me. This is still something I'm getting my arms around too. We also then have 2 FTE that are funded for the CPO program. The CPO program currently, for those of you who work with that team, ICA is currently in one of those 2 positions. We then have a vacancy. We have been doing, some of our admin support has gone into supporting the program as well. Our proposal for this coming year is that it is 2 FTE full and that we've realized that we were doing most, we were able to keep up with most of the work, but not all of it. And so the additional 0.5 from where we've been for the last year is important for that program. Originally, this program had 4 FTE in it, and we simply just didn't find that we needed the additional 2 FTE to keep up with the workload.
I just want to bring forward that there are questions that have been identified through community members to the finance_budget email, and those answers are there too. So
yes, and they'll be in there tonight. That is a part of this package.
I know that there's most likely people who are very interested listening in, and that's why I want to call your attention to that.
I also want to flag that the board has directed staff to undergo what we've called a CPO modernization effort. So it is looking at the current R&O that supports the program. And so this budget does not contemplate any of this CPO modernization, any changes that would be put into place after the board would adopt any changes to the program.
All right. Moving on. Let's go.
Thank you.
Moving on.
Thank you, Ann.
So the PERS Employer Stabilization Fund was established to maintain a reserve fund for future rate increases. Resources may be used to offset the Oregon Public Retirement System rate increase or to make a lump sum payment to PERS to reduce Washington County's unfunded liability. The Board of Commissioners created this fund to accumulate resources to partially offset future PERS rate increases. The funds in this account are no longer needed for its purpose. The funds that were built up in PERS side account provide, the funds that were invested to build up the PERS side account provide about $1.8 million in rate relief annually based on the annuity that's provided with the initial investment. And so it was anticipated when it was set up, it would have about a 10 to 11 year payback period amortized over the period of 20 years. So with the closure of this fund, the PERS side account is set up and the remaining balance in this fund will be returned to the general fund.
Good idea. Comments? Very clear. Moving on.
All right.
Gainshare.
Gainshare. So in 2007, legislature approved the Gainshare program to allow local governments to share annually in state income tax revenues generated from jobs created under SIP agreements. The Gainshare program initially returned 50% of the state income tax revenue attributed to SIP project employment to taxing jurisdictions. In 2015, the legislature modified the Gainshare program with the passage of Senate Bill 129. The modification set the local share of the state income tax to 50% of the tax from new employment and 20% from retained employment, and set a cap of $16 million on the amount a county can receive each fiscal year. The county retains approximately $9 million, and the remainder is shared proportionally with other taxing districts. The program has been extended through 2030. Gainshare monies were prioritized by the board for events center, facilities capital projects, transportation projects, and technology support. And in 2024, last year, the board committed to allocating $27 million in future Gainshare funds toward capital improvement plan projects.
Good idea.
So,
all right. Comment?
okay.
I have another question. On page 461, the title is requirements include, and I assume that those are requirements in quotes because of board direction, correct?
I'd have to look at that reference, but
I'm looking at the top of page 461.
Where does it say requirements?
On page 461, third paragraph down.
Requirements include 2.6 for road capital projects.
And I believe that the reason it's a requirement is because it was board direction, but I just want to clarify that.
I'll check that.
So you're talking about the commissioners?
Yes.
Directed that, okay.
Maybe.
There are no other outstanding requirements is my real question here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Other comments, questions?
I had a second slide here on Gainshare. We can hit that if.
Can
there's
we
questions.
stay on that side? Just, I want to respond to Commissioner Therese.
Okay.
There's no outstanding, so I'm back on 461. So there is no outstanding, like, debt requirement.
Yeah, that's what,
Yet the expenditures, expenditures, the 2.6 for road capital, 1 for information services capital, there are not other funding sources. So I do consider that as a requirement because we don't have another funding source for those.
and I just wanted to clarify that here and for the public.
Okay, so gain share money came and spent.
Right. No, I'm going to
next
talk a little bit
slide.
about the spending on it next on this slide. So we are projecting Gainshare revenue to remain at the capped amount in this budget, so $9 million to the county. In meeting requirements this current fiscal year, beginning fund balance is reduced by about $1.9 million. And this, along with revenue and interest earnings, provides about $11 million in Gainshare available for requirements. Some of the ongoing commitments include IT capital projects. So a transfer of $1 million to the IT capital projects fund, which supports capital projects requested by departments. They have a list, an ongoing list, that's about $2 million in length of things that are requested by departments that gets reviewed each year by the IT steering committee and uses these funds. There's the road capital projects. This includes $2 million per year through 26 to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety and access to 53 public schools in Washington County, identified in the 2016 School Access Improvement Study, and $600,000 per year and 26 through 26 for traffic management and congestion mitigation on projects identified in the Intelligent Transportation System Plan. And then lastly, under critical facilities, the board had committed $27 million in future gain share funds toward capital improvement plan projects. Of the $5.4 million you see on this slide, $838 is designated to the building replacement fund that I talked about earlier, and the remainder goes to capital projects. And this investment this year, I guess, is kind of made possible by the ending of the debt service payment in this current fiscal year. The 7.9 was the last debt service payment from Gainshare for Fund 305 that was scheduled. And then the last item up there is the air quality program. So we talked about that earlier. There's an amount in here and that's anticipated the program will close at the end of next fiscal year.
Is that,
That's,
go ahead.
yeah,
Wood stoves.
that's, okay, I'd forgotten we funded that out of Gainshare, so.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that the JUV 005?
No, that's a different page. We're not on
Right.
460.
Right,
We're on 460.
Okay,
right.
All right.
We'll get to SIP in a minute.
Okay.
This is the Gainshare portion.
Gain share.
All right.
Nice to hear we paid off some debt,
It is. It's good to see debt get paid off. And then we're going to issue new debt. So
and we're gonna go get more,
Right.
of course,
here we go.
of course. Okay,
I think this is the last slide of the day. And there's a lot on this slide.
Don't go for broke yet. There's going to be questions.
I know there's a lot on this slide. So
SIP, gain share.
maybe I can give my pitch on this slide. So,
Run all the way through the finish line.
all right.
All the way through.
So the strategic investment program, Fund 204 accounts for revenue associated with SIP agreements. This revenue source has been in place since the legislature first enacted SIP in 1993 and is comprised of payments from companies receiving property tax exemptions under the state's strategic investment plan. The purpose of the SIP is to promote economic development and create and retain jobs in the area where eligible projects are located. We had two 15-year SIP agreements that ended in this fiscal year. So we had a 2006 agreement with Genentech and a 2005 agreement with Intel. So we have one remaining active SIP agreement with Intel. It was initiated in 2014. That agreement goes over a period of 30 years, and it has three increments of 15-year investments that are incrementally going forward. Given the state of the economy and things that are happening in Intel, I guess it's challenging to forecast the amounts of SIP payment, but we do have estimates based on what we think will be income from SIP this coming fiscal year. Strategic investment program revenues are discretionary and considered part of the general fund. And as you know, the general fund has been reliant on SIP to support both ongoing operations and one-time requirements. And so the idea is we start to generate more revenue that we get away from funding ongoing requirements with a program like SIP that may not be around forever. So just talk on the list. You can see the chart, the things that are programmed in this budget for SIP, which leaves the contingency amount of $35 million there at the amount that our policy calls for, which is an average of the last 3 years of SIP that were transferred to the general fund. So I'm just going to walk through each of those with some notes, and then I'm certainly be glad to take some comments. For the general fund transfer, it includes the one-time, the general fund transfer number is there. We did have to increase that transfer this year to account for the fact that the MISTIP and CCLS increased the contingency requirements in the general fund, and so an additional amount was added to the SIP general fund transfer into the general fund to account for that. On capital projects, the jail expansion design program, we have $5.2 million. It's the project estimated to cost $6 million and will be funded across 2 fiscal years. It's a design is contingent upon completion of jail capacity study and moving forward with a new jail project based on the fact that you've heard earlier on our jail is a small jail and needs to expand at some point, and this project is initiating that effort. Under the facilities critical infrastructure, capital expenditures for those is $3.5 million listed there. This is for capital expenditures and also for the Elam Young space consolidation. So the Elam Young building is currently leased. It's along the Max line across from the CAT building and currently houses DAVS, HHS Behavioral Health, and Hawthorne Walk-in Clinic. And so once the CAT opens, reuniting all of the HHS development disabilities here will help in consolidating spaces, and so that's a project we would like to do. Yes.
So we won't have to lease out that building at all anymore?
Right, if we can purchase it, and it's something just to...
And what was that lease amount? I'm sorry.
I don't have the amount of the lease, but the amount of the...
Hawthorne lease.
I don't have the
It's
dollar amount.
Hawthorne and DHS. Disabled, DDI.
We are going to be returning to you all with more information about this project. It's several months out, but we are trying to figure out if there's a way for us to take on the building. There are currently leases that would stay in the building that would help subsidize a purchase. So it's a great opportunity. We just wanted to make sure that we didn't limit our abilities, knowing that CAT was opening.
Okay.
And can we use any of this money for that medical examiner office that we're supposed to be looking into?
Hold off.
Okay.
Let's go over what we've already committed
Okay.
ourselves to versus how we might also reach into that piggy bank.
There's a lot of other capital needs.
Lots of others? Oh, okay. All right.
So I'll just walk through the remainder of the list up there. The courthouse capacity study, that's a match with state funds, and so half of that is funded by the state, and it's over a 2-year period. And then some other transfers to the district attorney prosecution services. This is a one-time bridge anticipating the transition of some of those services from general fund to the public safety levy that we talked about yesterday.
John, is that for the, sorry to interrupt, is that for the 3 assistant DAs that we talked about yesterday?
No, this is for the 8 FTE.
Prosecution unit DAs.
Okay, is that what Melissa brought up yesterday that was being funded from SIP? You were concerned
Right.
about?
Right, yes,
That's that.
right.
One year, and then the goal is, the hope, the prayer is that the public safety levy would take them, and
Correct.
you all know my feeling there.
I'm just getting that, yes. So the juvenile department, that's a one-time increase to support the contract costs for the juvenile bed contract in Multnomah County. This is tied to the discussion we had about the movement to
So that's just,
Salem, Durham County.
yes, got it. It's the payout for the, not payout, but the contract end. Great.
And then we have payment to the city of Hillsborough. This is the first of, I think, 2 payments to capture the $8 million required for our commitment to the Hops Stadium. We are paying for it out of TLT, but we don't have the money to pay for it up front. So we're going to borrow from SIP and pay back over time.
Interfund loan.
We initially were partnering with the city to put together a $25 million bond, 8 from us, 17 from them. They decided to move away from that. Greg Munn and them worked through a plan, and so basically this is $8 million over 3 years, but there's no interest in there, and I think we actually have interest starting at some point in time.
We do.
I voted on a proposal of the 8 million coming out of TLT, not 8 million coming out of.
Well, it says TLT loan.
So
It'll be paid back
it
over
is a
time.
loan from ourselves
Yes.
to repay that from.
Chair?
Now I understand. Thank you.
So I do just want to add a little bit of detail.
More verbiage here, please.
No, absolutely. I just want to add a little more detail to this one. So the Commissioner Willie actually talked about the fact that there is an interest payment that starts if we do not pay this sooner. So we are doing 2 larger payments earlier and then going with a repayment from TLT so that we can minimize the cost to the county. John and I were both new to this project and realized that the interest payments were coming sooner than we expected, which is why it's $2.6 million this year.
Well, can you clarify the timing of this? Because what John mentioned earlier is it's a 10-year repayment program from the TLT fund to the SIP, but the SIP ends in 2030, right?
The second payment, I believe, is next year.
Yeah.
The second SIP payment.
The second payment will be the following year, right?
So we will make 2 payments from this fund, and then we'll repay from TLT into this fund. And we do have a number of SIPs. They don't all disappear. The timing of that, I can't tell you when the last SIP
Ron, I think you're talking Gainshare, so Gainshare.
No, the SIP
continues, right.
SIP goes beyond 2030.
Right.
Okay,
It
all right,
does,
thank you.
Because the newest one was, Catherine, what was the year? What was?
2033.
Yeah, it was.
For Gainshare.
Yeah, it was it.
Oh, for SIP, sorry.
What Intel's last SIP agreement was a
2014.
30-year agreement.
15
Right.
years
Right.
on 2014A.
It says
Right.
30.
And it just started.
this last
The
year.
the second tranche just
On
started.
page 462,
Right.
sorry, on page 462, 2014A is done now. 2014B, so the second of the 15 begins this fiscal year.
Okay. So we're talking 2040.
Goes through 2046, actually, right.
Because you can do that math in your head, and I'm too slow to do that.
Okay, so we're borrowing from one fund to pay ourselves back.
Right.
And we're not paying interest in between.
There'll be, I think, we might have a little
There'll
interest
be a
on the
little bit
second
interest
payment.
on,
We're minimizing our interest in
Right.
between.
That
we
is
are.
it.
All right.
correct,
We ready to move on?
correct. And so there's 2 more lines on here, and so Chair Harrington, I apologize, we did have some more verbiage that didn't get in the book that described the detail, and they'll be in the adopted budget summary, so I already have that.
Okay, you earned a Post-it, and then you're going to be able to put a big check mark on it.
Thank you. I'll highlight, so the last 2 lines there, the CAO contracts, services. This is an amount of money we think will be needed in anticipation of unknown costs of upcoming union negotiations, potential impacts of the need to ramp down grant activity reliant on federal funds, and other fiscal uncertainties that we have next year. And so we've set that amount in the SIP budget. And the last piece is just the Strategic Initiatives Project, which is a carry forward from prior year. So with that,
So let me give you an example of a potential federal ramp down. What we've seen as a pattern is you will no longer be receiving this funding. We have employees that are employed, and there are, per our layoff policy, there's a timeline that we need to adhere to for layoffs. So we may need a bridge to actually fully ramp down the project. What we're seeing, and what others are seeing, is the federal government is not always covering those costs. And so this is an area, we just don't know what to expect over this next year. We are also, we have 2 new unions that are currently in negotiations, as well as all the other uncertainty that we've talked about in these last 2 days. If any of those decisions would come through the board, so this is not just, I'll say Tanya's contingency to spend however Tanya, the county administrator, so it would come.
You don't get to do that.
I don't do that.
See, I call it Tanya's money and I get in trouble for
I don't do that. It makes
So you're
me,
using this as a placeholder
it's a
for things that you're
placeholder
expecting
to acknowledge all of the uncertainty that we have. And if we don't spend it, then it can be redistributed to other one-time type needs in the future. And we have plenty of those.
And we have 2 new unions. So
Yes, juvenile
okay.
and district attorneys.
Okay.
CEO contracts refer to that line.
That line, what I just spoke to, Sig, is that line. So I would pay attention to what's in the parentheses. It's not the CAO contract.
$93 million. Yep. All right. So there we go with how we're going to spend our money that we don't have.
This money we have.
Okay.
That's money we have.
We have this money.
93, we're saying you do that 35.
But can I ask a question on that? On page 463, in that chart, 41,990,000, is that an estimate on the
On the amount we think we're going to get next year.
2014B?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have a run rate yet on that issuance?
It's
Got it.
basically our estimate and A&T
Yeah.
working together.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the money we don't have. The 41.9?
Well,
So see, I wasn't
it's the
completely
money
wrong.
we project to
I
have.
know. Things can change. All right.
Okay.
Are we good? Everybody's on the same numbers?
Can I go back to the estimate?
Which estimate?
This $41 million.
Strategic Investment Plan
Yep.
revenue. Okay, got it?
One thing I learned in this current fiscal year, based upon the history of the 2005 and the 2014A coming off, is how incredibly black boxed the A&T expertise is for us. In terms of, we knew those agreements last budget year were expiring, or at least the 2005 one, but our team did not spill any beans around what the estimated change would be. They were so compliant with all the non-disclosure information. So that's why I have confidence that the finance estimate is not, it's not funny money.
It's fair.
Yes,
We like fair.
yeah.
Estimates are fair.
So just for a bit more clarity, just for members of the Budget Committee, within our, as accompanying our SIP agreements, we have agreements in this case, since we're talking about Intel, with Intel, of who has access to information. And it is limited to very select employees who have access to that information, and we cannot share that information I am one who has access, and I'm not able to share it with the board, and the board knows I don't share that information with you. So we have to really abide by that confidentiality. And I just want to express huge kudos, especially for A&T. These are the people who we want assessing our properties, handling our tax bills, because they operate to the book. It's amazing.
With great integrity.
Assessment and taxation. Okay. Anything else before we move on? All right, moving on. All right, so do we want to do a break, or do we want to see about public comment? Let's see about public comment. What do we have?
All right. Thank you, Chair Bolin. Would anyone in the auditorium wish to provide comment for up to 2 minutes on anything you've heard from the Budget Committee today? Not seeing anyone raise their hands or coming forward. Would any member online wish to provide public comment to the Budget Committee at this time for up to 2 minutes? Give you just a moment to utilize the raise hand function. Not seeing any hands, Chair Bolin.
So, anything else for the good of the order? We're going to talk about amendments and how to make them, and then we're going to adjourn, right?
You're going to make us have, are you going to do the comments around the table again today?
I am, but I want everyone to pay attention to Miss Angie and how you do an amendment properly.
Thank you.
Then we'll do that.
Can I?
This will be a test, how well people
pass another
follow instructions.
Yes.
That's fine. Help yourself. I get the rest of my sandwich a little later. Oops. Very nice job, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the rest of my sandwich. No, I'm going to keep it. You have to keep going. Okay.
Share one.
Okay, here we go. You only took one. Okay, here we go. Here's our magic form.
Hey, I licked my fingers first.
I know, it's good. Proposed budget amendment request. Everyone go plant a money
Got it?
tree in their
Okay,
backyard.
now I can start. Okay, everyone, please look at your form. So this is the budget amendment request form, and I would ask that staff also email this out to the Budget Committee this afternoon, so you have an electronic version. So you will see the fund org unit, so you can use the number, write the name of what you are referring to. Number one, overview and purpose of the requested amendment. What do you want to propose? A narrative of the expenditure amendment, and then the narrative of the revenue to support the expenditure. So if you have, one example is if you wanted to not see a certain cut, that would be your expenditure, so you would write your narrative of what cut you would like to reinstate, and then you need to identify what the revenue is to offset. As a practice, we do not use one-time funds for ongoing operations unless it is explicitly identified. One example of where you just saw that in the budget is in just the SIP chart. The transfer of the DA positions to SIP one time, and then with the public safety levy as the identified permanent funding source. Because otherwise, if we don't continue to uphold and live into that practice, we are starting, in essence, the next year general fund at already a starting increased deficit. So the worksheet, when you do get the electronic version on the bottom, you will list out what the account is, the budget, the change. So what's the change? What do you want to increase, decrease? And then the revised proposed budget. And you'll do that for revenue and expenditure side. And they need to balance.
Debits and credits.
Debits and credits, said the CPA.
I can't just leave that section up. I can't write in solution left up to the reader.
That would be unacceptable.
It's not a solution.
Might work for me.
All right, so we've got how to
pass
do an
muster.
amendment. We're going to get it electronically.
Correct.
Is there any limit to how many somebody can submit?
Nope.
Okay,
No end to the imagination.
I would say 3 is plenty, but yeah, that's right. All right, so hearing no other comments, let's go around.
And
the
once
room.
ago, again,
Yes?
noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow.
the request.
Noon tomorrow, Friday.
Not
right.
12:01, noon.
Well, I don't know about that. All right, Commissioner Fye, do you want to start us off? Comments for the day and where we're at?
Yes, Chair Bolin, great job facilitating this meeting. A lot of information again. Yeah, it was a good budget meeting.
Good. Lots to take in.
5th year, you're a pro.
Wow. You go, girl.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, Joe.
Thanks again for the page numbers and the budget reduction summary. That was really helpful, just to kind of look over things quickly. I appreciate that. This is a tough year, so thank you. Presentations have been very helpful. Thanks.
Tough year. Okay. Commissioner Snyder.
Yeah, very briefly, I had a number of stickies today to ask questions, and pretty much every single one of them was answered in the presentations before I needed to even invoke the stickies, so that's much appreciated. I would just say the materials have been, this is by far the most organized budget experience I've had, and the most thorough with the summaries, narrative, the page numbers, et cetera. And this is literally how I got involved in local government, was as a budget committee member 20 plus years ago in another agency or entity. And I would just say that on the staff's front, the leadership front, and the level of organization dealing with a very old system, I have the information I need, and I want to thank the whole team for that.
Thank you. Commissioner, or Melissa, sorry. I was going to promote you.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for all of the hard work, and this is the best budget book and explanation. Everything was clear. One of the things that, if I just kind of step up and step back, one of the things that worries me is some of the things that we have that make us special, that provide services that are exceptional or unique, such as our specialty courts, and also the extraordinary work that the Child Support Enforcement Group did above and beyond what's expected, are not mandated. And as we continue to look at driving the mandated functions, because they're unfunded or underfunded, tend to just absorb and kind of, get the money. And then if you get a grant, it comes with, requirements of 10%, comes with needs. You've got to kick in, you've got to, have your skin in the game. So all of those kind of eat on your monies to the point where, as our general fund budget shrinks and we're having more and more challenges, it seems we're on a path to fund the state mandates and not be able to fund those things that really make us special and really make Washington County better, special and different and better than some of the other counties. And it makes me worry that we're just going to become a county of doing the standard mandates and nothing else, and we'll lose some of the things that are truly special and unique that we've created because we can't fund them anymore. So that bothers me. Maybe it means that, we need to go get together with our government relations people and say, let's get a bill to fund specialty courts in a manner that will, support us and fund what we have, and also open that up to other counties as far as, something that we know that works, that they could work. Maybe as we transfer the child support program to the state, we go, look, we have a BKM. We are the best in the state. And as you pick this up, please try to accept and absorb and get as much as you can. And maybe there's an addendum to whatever that fund or that policy is to increase the funding, because there's data, there's facts, there's many years of history that shows the model that we have really works. And, keep that funding for those, for the child support, not only for our county, but maybe to benefit other counties as well. So I just trying to find ways to keep what we have that's special and keep it funded, and do it in a way that it doesn't get just squished out year after year of funding, of problems with funding and not having the money to do it. So, but I love being on this. Thank you again for this. I enjoy being on the Budget Committee. I take the role seriously. When you sign up, your goal is to, go through all this stuff and review it with thoughtful and insightful conversations, because at the end of the day, you have to approve it. And that's a big ask. I think especially for us lay people who, we don't have all the years and knowledge that the rest of you guys have to really absorb this, and sometimes it feels like you're maybe asking dumb questions, or, you're trying to catch up. But I know we all take it seriously. We spend a lot of time on doing it. And I think the way the Budget Committee is set up makes it very, very hard for the lay members to be the best we can be. We mentioned before, Jeff mentioned maybe, it's a year-long, it's an ongoing committee so that we can absorb and learn more than just in 2-3 weeks. It's very hard to take all this stuff in 2-3 weeks and try to come up with some good, thoughtful comments, as well as try to do an amendment.
You're in a 3-year term, so guess what? You got a couple more years to go.
Yeah. Well,
All right,
I
we
mean,
ready
for
to
this
move on?
budget, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm done.
Thanks. Commissioner Treese.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for leading the meeting. And I do want to, again, express my appreciation for the lay members of this committee. I mean, you have all brought such value, and I appreciate it. I appreciate your questions. I'm reflecting on my first budget year in 2019, and your first budget year is this year, and you say this is the best budget book you've ever experienced. I can tell you that the first year, and I think that there's 2 other people here that would concur, it was a nightmare. We didn't know it was so hard to interpret, and the progress that our staff has made in presenting materials that tie to the numbers, that give you the pathway forward to understand what's happening and then ask a question is amazing. It really is, and my hat is off to all of the staff. The presentations were great, but the staff behind the presentations is where I also want to focus and give my thanks to the finance group. The last question that I'm going to ask Mr. Steyer to consider is when the 3 of us that were elected for starting in 2019, we were told that there were 77 funds, and now we're talking about 180 funds over the course of 6 years. So I'd like to see how that's happened, and what I'm hoping for and talk to Tanya about is the fact that as we move into the new ERP system, the fact that there'll be a lot more clarity for those funds as well. And you don't have to answer that now, but I just want to say, here we are, clear, more focused budget books with more complexity even behind them. So thank you.
Very nice. I would like to say I think it's been very enlightening to see where the money goes, and my appreciation to the staff that have prepared it and made it so clear, and everyone here that's sharing openly and feels comfortable. I think that's good. And I look forward to coming to a final resolution that we all can live with. Commissioner Willie.
Yeah, what everybody else said, and I know that this has been a long, rigorous road for you, Tanya, and everybody on staff. They've worked really, really hard, and like Pam said, Jason, this is the most clear set of budget information I've ever seen either as well. So kudos to you guys for making this a much more clear, albeit hard process.
Thank you. Jeff?
My appreciation, again, to the staff and to the county leadership. The information has been well presented and thoughtful, and I appreciate the dialogue here at the table with the commissioners and fellow committee members. So thank you to everyone. We're all here to try and do the greatest good for our fellow citizens with the resources we have. So I appreciate everyone's thoughtful attention to the budget, and Having been here now once before, in prior year, it was definitely a little bit easier to interpret and understand some things. So hopefully I'll just keep getting better from there.
yeah.
Thank you again.
Sig.
Following up on what Melissa said regarding unfunded mandates and the pressure to prioritize budgeting on that basis, as opposed to in a time of austerity, funding the critical services have to be funded, whether they be mandated or not. Perhaps one way to mitigate that ever-increasing number of unfunded mandates might be, if possible, to partner with the Association of Oregon Counties, League of Cities, to work with our legislative partners to maybe reduce the number of those underfunded or unfunded mandates coming out of the legislature. Just a thought.
Thank you for sharing. Commissioner Harrington.
I'm sorry, I can't resist. So for the last 2 years, our number one principle for our state legislative agenda was no unfunded mandates. We've been doing all those things, okay? I'm glad you're continuing to brainstorm, but frankly, we have had ourselves and our staff pulling all the stops to the point that we just recently, in January, appointed a new House District Rep. And in early April, I went and had a one-on-one with her in Salem, and I walked into her office, and she said, I sat down, and she said, I want you to know, I understand your top priority is no unfunded mandates. So, exactly. So, but it's a big legislature, and they have to listen to all kinds of competing demands. The board majority has delivered and continues to deliver a message on one of those bills, Senate Bill 916, and the information is available, and it can be sent to you about trying to address the fact that legislators are getting a different message from counties than they're getting from unions about what the impact of cost is for the strike, unemployment, possible payment. So it's like one big competition. Sorry. We're all in this together to serve our community. I'm right there with you. I want to really thank our staff for putting the expanded narratives into this year's budget document. And I know working with the software has been a total bear. I really appreciate all the extra hours that have gone into wrestling the old software to deliver this. May next year, with a new ERP and a cloud-based ERP, be so much better. The other thank you I have is for the work that I know we commissioners saw through our being in the building for since January, essentially, but to our staff for their incredible collaborative problem solving, developing the responses to the 3 requested scenarios, and then having a cross-functional team, reviewing the scenario information, and to Ms. Angie for going through the hard choices that this proposed budget documents. I did not have, because we get the CWS budget a week before we get this budget, we can relate to you only have so much time because we had 2 budgets that we had to review back to back and almost on top of one another. And so I didn't have the time to review the Washington County budget like I usually do. See, there's no green gizmo. I only made it halfway through here. So this half of the budget I did not even read prior to showing up at these meetings. Luckily, I had prior year's memory to work from, but I also had confidence in the level of examination, problem solving, looking under the seat cushions that our staff went through. So I'm very proud of the proposal and look forward to our continued next steps through the special districts and the budget amendment process to ultimately have this body approve a budget soon. Thank you. And good job, Chair.
Oh, thank you.
For running this meeting and helping, especially me, through your summary, your paraphrasing of my paragraph into 3 or 4 simple words. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Did we get any public comment?
No, we already did
Nope,
that.
we're all done. Okay, good. All right, any final comments?
So just sitting here listening to the reflection, I know I say this from time to time, but just honored to serve as your county administrator. And I shared this sentiment with the board earlier this year, and I said, when you're going through this proposed budget, your heart will be impacted. You'll feel it in your heart. And then you have to put your head, the thinking cap on, and then ultimately 2 + 2 has to equal 4. And so what I've seen you all experience in your comment, you're going through all of that full range of emotions. And similar to what I said, it's because you care about Washington County. And I just want to underscore what I said. The process you're going to be going through to decision-making is hard. Some of the commissioners know because they saw me. Pam called me at the wrong time that day when I had to say it was final budget decision day. And I said, we have to pause. Just broke down in tears in front of the finance team and ACAs, and I had to get outside and walk because all of the decisions that are made this year, there's no easy decision in this budget. And I saw you grapple with that, and there's impacts in all of this. And yet, I also while we're focused on what's the cuts, what we can't do, we are continuing to deliver amazing services to our community. And so I think we have to hold both truths up as we work through this process and look to future solutions, whether it's at the state and new revenues, because we do want to ensure that we have a livable community for the future. So thank you.
Very nice. Mr. John?
Yeah, do I always get the last word? Maybe.
Make it brief.
Yes, of course. I do want to say I appreciate your sentiments to the staff, and I know a lot of staff are listening, hopefully, and so the work they have put into this book has been tremendous, and it's been improving over time. It's great to hear it's the best you've seen, and I really appreciate that. I think we still have some work to do, but it is a very good product, and so thank you for that, and thank you for your service.
One more time, would you list the names of the staff people again, because I think they are listening?
Well, certainly, our budget manager.
Hanover, you also have a list.
Yeah, our budget manager, Steve Kang, who's here.
Yay.
We have Christine Thornhill, who's the master behind putting the book together in the new software. And
Thank you, Christine.
Tiny little font.
There's Ting Ting and also Fawn and the team, and Chris Weber. So those are the team. So thank you all for your work this year in the budget process, and for the many staff and the departments that also helped build the budget. There's a lot of work that goes into getting to this point, and a lot of decisions made at all levels. So thank you for that.
And I would just add 2 other individuals in the CAO's office who really carried this, and that would be Brenda, who's sitting over there just hanging out quietly, and she loves it when I call her out. So, and then Philip, who really does a lot of the work. He's been doing all the questions and answers and helping get everything out quickly and efficiently, and I really appreciate that. My final thank you that I just want to make sure we all call out again is that 6 months ago, this was not John Steyer's job. And he and the sheriff were kind and gracious and gave him over to us for some time, and I am just so impressed and so in awe of the work he's done since he's been here. So thank you, John.
You deserve it. All right, so we're ready to adjourn until Tuesday, May 20th at 9 a.m. Anything else for the good of the order? If not, we stand adjourned. I know it, we're running late, I'm so sorry.
I always appreciate sitting next to you because it